Chapter 604. Seeing this scene, Vulture was not the only one who was shocked. Even Wu Yuming was shocked. In their minds, the Council of Light was simply a group of ambitious people. Yang Dingtian had completely used his reputation as the leader of the hidden sect to command the heroes. Zhu Qingzhu, Qiu Wanjie, and Song Xiao were all ambitious and ruthless people. They were not truly loyal to him. They were just using Yang Dingtian to expand their forces. Once something happened, they would definitely push Yang Dingtian out to be the scapegoat. Yang Dingtian was merely a grandmaster. How could he make so many ambitious and ruthless people submit to him? Vulture and Wu Yuming definitely did not believe it. In their eyes, be it wisdom or cultivation, Yang Dingtian was just ordinary. He didn't have much wisdom as a leader. How was it possible for him to make everyone pledge their loyalty and obedience? At most, it would be a youngster like Shu Hongxue. Therefore, in their fantasies, after Wu Yuming showed that illusory image, it would be irrefutable proof that he was the culprit. Therefore, that video could be used as a fatal blow to Yang Dingtian. It could make Qin Wanzhou, Song Xiao, and the rest abandon Yang Dingtian instantly. However, they did not expect that under such circumstances, these people would still stand firmly on Yang Dingtian's side. They did not even hesitate to fight and completely fall out with the Vulture sect and the Netherworld Sea. Even Yang Dingtian did not expect such a result. His master was definitely on his side. As for Zhuo Qingqi, he had an extreme personality and did not like to communicate with others. But once he had decided on something, he would not change his mind. Therefore, even under strong pressure, he might not change his stance. As for Qin Wanzhou, it was a little out of Yang Dingtian's expectations. This person was a ruthless person. If he turned his back on Yang Dingtian, he would not be surprised at all. But who would have thought that not only did Qin Wanzhou not betray Yang Dingtian, he was even more resolute. He didn't even hesitate to sully himself to save Yang Dingtian's reputation, and didn't even hesitate to fight. Of course, this was also because Yang Dingtian did not understand Qin Wanzhou, this ambitious and ruthless character. Qin Wanzhou's schemes were as deep as the sea, incomparably cunning. But in the end, he was an ambitious and ruthless person, a proud and ruthless person. The reason why he was wandering around before was because he hadn't officially chosen a side. Once he had officially chosen a side, an ambitious and ruthless person like him would be the most resolute. Once he had chosen a side, he would be a fool if he still wavered. Qiu Wanjie, on the other hand, was slightly worse. His heart was still wavering. However, Qin Wanzhou and Song Xiao were so resolute. If he dared to waver, it was guaranteed that the Divine Weapons Villa would no longer exist tomorrow. Now, the entire West Continent was in the hands of the Council of Light. Therefore, even if he wanted to waver, he did not have the strength to do so. Song Xiao. His personality was even more paranoid and temperamental. Once his temper matched, he didn't care about good or evil anymore. In fact, Song Xiao had already determined that Yang Dingtian was an impostor. But so what? In the Council of Light, he had conquered everywhere. Wasn't it satisfying? As for whether Yang Dingtian's identity as the hidden sect leader was an impostor, what did it have to do with him? Just like when he was preparing to collude with Qin Qiqi previously, he thought, so what if they were so righteous and evil? What did it have to do with him? As for Kuei Si, she was the cleverest person and also the person who understood Wu Yuming the most. As for Yun Kalin, she hated the Vulture sect to the core. What did it have to do with her whether Yang Dingtian was an impostor or not? As long as she could be the enemy of the Vulture sect, she was willing to do anything. Under such complicated reasons and the camaraderie of fighting side by side, everyone in the Council of Light, without exception, chose to stand on Yang Dingtian's side. Of course, there was another, the biggest reason for this. That was, once they came into contact with Yang Dingtian, they could clearly see his true character and character. There was a type of person who would instinctively make others trust him after coming into contact with him. And Yang Dingtian, without exception, was this type of person. Following behind Yang Dingtian, they would never have to worry about being betrayed or sacrificed one day. This was because this person was very foolish. He would always be the first to rush. No matter how weak he would always block everyone behind him. This was the temperament of a leader that seemed almost foolish. Even if there were millions of people, I would still go forward. Wu Yuming was too smart, so it was impossible for her to have this temperament. In fact, they even despised this temperament. At this moment, the entire hall was already at daggers drawn and bows bent, ready to explode at any moment. For the first time, Wu Yuming felt a sense of defeat, a deep sense of defeat. She had always looked down on Yang Dingtian's foolishness and integrity. What she pursued was a type of wisdom, a type of strategizing, a type of decisive victory thousands of miles away. What she pursued was a type of wisdom that grasped the world tightly in her hands, a type of wisdom that could bring peace to the world. Like Yang Dingtian, she was too foolish, too straightforward, too cheap, too vulgar. The human heart was like water, and the people's movements were like smoke. This was the law in Wu Yuming's heart. He did not trust anyone. He felt that everyone was unreliable and evil by nature. To be precise, everyone in the world was not good. Therefore, what was needed was to use supreme wisdom to control them, and not to invest emotions to influence them. This was too childish. Now, when he felt that he had complete victory in his hands, he realized that those people who were loyal to Yang Dingtian were really loyal, and not using Yang Dingtian. This was an incomparably huge blow to Wu Yuming. How could a person like Yang Dingtian have so many heroes and ambitious people loyal to him? But who was he? He was the incomparably intelligent Wu Yuming, the incomparably noble Wu Yuming. How could he admit defeat like this? Suddenly, the pain in his eyes became more and more intense. Then, he looked at Yang Dingtian. "Brother Yang! I originally had no intention of fighting for power with you. I was only worried that you would drag the world into the abyss of war. How many wars have you fought in the time that you have been in power? How many people have died? Now that you have become the leader of the Tiando League, won't there be a world war? Won't millions, tens of millions, and hundreds of millions of people die?" Wu Yuming looked around the hall with pity and said, "But I did not expect this. In order to prevent a disaster from happening, I caused another disaster. Now, the flames of war are about to erupt in this hall. Then won't I, Wu Yuming, become a sinner?" Then, Wu Yuming looked up to the sky and sighed. "Fine, fine, fine." His eyes were filled with infinite sincerity as he looked at Yang Dingtian. "Brother Yang, promise me that after you become the leader of the Tiando League, you will not cause a new disaster of war. You will not let countless innocent people die. I am a fake." Then Wu Yuming cried and said in pain, "As long as there is no world war, as long as the people are not displaced, I can give up everything. I can completely disappear from this world. You, Yang Dingtian, are the leader of the Tiando League. I am a fake. Amazing! Amazing!" Yang Dingtian, Qin Wanchou, Dongfang Minmi, and everyone else sucked in a breath of cold air. This Wu Yuming's scheming and acting skills were really unparalleled in the world. This move of retreating in order to advance was really amazing. What noble character and unquestionable integrity, what unparalleled benevolence and righteousness. For the sake of the world, he was willing to endure humiliation and give up the position of the leader of the Tiando League to the fake Yang Dingtian. His performance had even influenced most of the people present. Even those who were on Yang Dingtian's side were convinced and felt that Wu Yuming was really the leader of the Yin sect. He was the one who truly cared about the world. But after thinking about it carefully, he did not lose anything. The position of the leader of the Tiando League was not something that could be given away just because he wanted to. After his performance, many people felt that he was the real leader of the Tiando League. Also, he had said that he begged Yang Dingtian not to cause a bigger war and let more innocent people die. There was another meaning to his words. As long as there was a disaster of war in the future, it could be blamed on Yang Dingtian. At that time, he, Ning Wuming, would have no choice but to return and command the world to attack Yang Dingtian in order to save the world. Wasn't it easy to cause a disaster of war? How much power did he, Wu Yuming, secretly control? Wu Yuming's face was covered in tears. Suddenly he bowed deeply towards Yang Dingtian and said, "Sect Master Yang, disciple Wu Yuming begs you." Immediately, Wu Yuming's appeal was pushed to the extreme. Countless people were shedding silent tears as they were criticizing Yang Dingtian in their hearts. Vulture cried loudly. He suddenly pulled out his sword and said sternly, "Yang Dingtian, you humiliated my husband today. I will definitely tear you into pieces. Tear you into pieces!" As for Ling Wu, her previously uneasy and wavering heart had completely become firm. "I'm not wrong, I'm not wrong! As long as the goal is righteous, even if the method is dishonorable, it's still righteous. I'm lying for the sake of the righteousness of the world. If I don't go to hell, who will?" Even though her face was covered in tears, she felt that her heart was incomparably strong. After bowing deeply for a full 7 minutes, Wu Yuming stood up and said, "Sect Master, disciple will take his leave now." "Wait," Yang Dingtian said. Wu Yuming said with a pained expression, Could it be that Sect Master wants to kill me?" "No," Yang Dingtian said. "It's not good for you to leave without explaining clearly." After that, Yang Dingtian looked towards the countless people who were touched by Wu Yuming with red eyes and said slowly, "I've always been a person who is realistic and doesn't like to be emotional. Just now, no matter if it was your or Ling Shi's performance, I didn't interrupt it, right? Now please allow me to go straight to the point." Yang Dingtian looked at Ling Shi and said, "You said that my lightning attribute talent comes from the lightning attribute profound talisman, right?" "Of course," Ling Shi sneered. "All right, then what about Wu Yuming's lightning attribute talent?" Yang Dingtian said. "Could it be that it doesn't come from the lightning attribute profound talisman?" Yang Dingtian's gaze was like lightning as he looked towards Ling Wu and said, "That's right, Ling Wu saw me on Inferno Island and at that time, I was indeed practicing lightning attribute profound skills. I had indeed entered the 5 Elements Hall's secret manual and I had indeed obtained the lightning attribute profound talisman there. Then let me ask you, Ling Wu, did you also save Wu Yuming on Inferno Island? At that time, was Wu Yuming also struck by lightning until her entire body smelled charred and was on the verge of death?" "Why?" The reason was very simple. Because Wu Yuming had also entered the 5 Elements Hall's secret realm, and was struck by endless lightning when she passed the last stage. Her entire body smelled charred and she was on the verge of death. However, she had obtained the lightning attribute profound talisman. Therefore, Wu Yuming, your lightning attribute energy comes from the lightning attribute profound talisman. Is that right?" When these words came out, everyone was shocked. What was going on? Even Wu Yuming's lightning attribute talent was fake? It all came from the lightning attribute profound talisman? Wu Yuming, if it wasn't for the lightning attribute profound talisman, why would you go to Inferno Island? Why would you be struck by lightning until your entire body was charred black? Yang Dingtian said sternly. "Ling Wu, do you dare to deny that you saved Wu Yuming on Inferno Island and your entire body was charred black by lightning? And when you saw me on Inferno Island, I was still safe and sound?" Immediately, everyone's gaze looked towards Ling Wu. If she admitted that she had saved Wu Yuming on Inferno Island and that her entire body was charred black, then it would prove that Wu Yuming had gone to the 5 Elements Hall's secret realm and was struck by lightning for the lightning attribute profound talisman. That meant that her lightning attribute talent also came from the lightning attribute profound talisman. Ling Wu felt as though countless needles were pricking her body, and she was filled with absolute uneasiness. Yang Dingtian's words once again resounded in her ears. "You can still insist that you're upright now. But when it's time for you to take revenge on me, when it's a critical moment, you'll definitely distort the truth and distort the facts." Just now, when Ling Wu said that she had seen Yang Dingtian on Inferno Island, it could still be said that she wasn't lying. But now, Yang Dingtian said slowly, "Ling Wu, you were the one who told me about this matter. You saved Wu Yuming on Inferno Island and then helped him recuperate until he recovered." When you saw him at that time, he was charred black. Now you can tell everyone once again, isn't that the case? Ling Wu's body started to tremble, and her face started to turn pale. The words that Yang Dingtian said to her resounded in her ears again and again. She closed her eyes and tried her best to isolate herself. She kept telling herself in her heart, I'm doing this for justice. As long as the goal is correct, even if it's a lie, it's still righteous. If I don't go to hell, who will? She encouraged and cheered herself on with all her might. A moment later, Ling Wu slowly opened her eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian. I'm sorry, Yang Dingtian. I've never said such words to you. I've also never saved Wu Yuming on Inferno Island, let alone being charred black all over. Ling Wu's words were like a thunderbolt. Everyone's doubtful gazes instantly gathered on Yang Dingtian. If what Ling Wu said was the truth, then Yang Dingtian was slandering Wu Yuming. In that case, his moral character was truly vile. A complacent sneer instantly appeared on Ling Shi's face. However, Wu Yuming still bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. There wasn't any complacency. As for Yang Dingtian, he didn't show any anger. Instead, he revealed a look of pity. Ling Wu was finished. To her, death was a kind of mercy in the future. Moreover, this kind of lie was too stupid. One had to know that it was during the interrogation of the revenant ghost bird that she revealed the past of saving Wu Yuming. This kind of formal interrogation would be recorded by at least a dozen reflection jades. Such a lie was completely vulnerable. Just when Yang Dingtian was about to present the reflection jades as evidence. However, Wu Yuming looked at Ling Wu with pity and said, Miss Ling Wu, for the sake of justice in the world, you lied and concealed the truth from me. I feel extremely guilty. However, I, Wu Yuming, can't let you bear the sin of lying. I'll definitely admit to the things that I've done. That's right, I was indeed saved by Miss Ling Wu on Inferno Island. At that time, I was indeed charred black all over. When these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Ling Wu's entire body was trembling. She looked at Wu Yuming in disbelief. Her eyes revealed incomparable admiration and reverence. This is what a gentleman is like. This is justice in the world. In order to protect my reputation, he would rather hurt himself to reveal the truth, even if the truth was extremely disadvantageous to him. In fact, a woman of Ling Wu's status wasn't clear. However, Wu Yuming couldn't be any clearer. For an organization at the level of the Council of Light, even if it was a relatively small matter, they would definitely use reflection jades to record it, let alone an interrogation. There were at least 4 to 5 reflection jades that recorded the conversation between Ling Wu and Wu Yuming from various angles. There was no use in lying. That's right. The reason why I was charred black and lying on Inferno Island was because I entered the 5 Elements Hall's secret realm, Wu Yuming said. When these words came out, everyone was astonished once again. The situation immediately started to be disadvantageous to Wu Yuming. However, Yang Dingtian knew that Wu Yuming definitely had even more powerful words at the back. That's even more correct. I went to the 5 Elements Hall's secret realm for the lightning attribute profound talisman, Wu Yuming continued. Immediately, everyone's astonishment reached the peak. However, Wu Yuming said loudly, my purpose was to prove one thing. To prove whether there were lightning attribute profound talismans in the 5 Elements Hall? It was to prove Yang Dingtian's innocence. I wanted to prove that Yang Dingtian's lightning attribute innate talent didn't come from the lightning attribute profound talisman. If I could prove this matter, I would report to Master and let her truly accept Yang Dingtian as her disciple. Lightning attribute innate talent is 1 in a billion. A talent is hard to come by. I was willing to help brother Yang Dingtian turn from a fake hidden sex disciple into a real one. However, I failed. The reward in the 5 Elements Hall's secret realm was indeed a lightning attribute profound talisman. And Yang Dingtian's innate talent did indeed come from the lightning attribute profound talisman. When these words came out, everyone suddenly understood. Amazing, truly amazing! If Ling Wu didn't lie as a foreshadowing, then Wu Yoming's words wouldn't have much lethality. it would be easy for others to feel that he was lying. However, Ling Wu had obviously helped him to lie. Yet he still said it truthfully. His words instantly made others believe him incomparably. This person's grasp of people's hearts was truly amazing. Furthermore, before Yang Dingtian wanted to show the evidence, he directly cut in. Of course, some people might feel that I'm lying. Because I've also entered the Five Elements Hall's secret realm, and I've also obtained the lightning attribute profound talisman. Then, how can I prove that my lightning attribute innate talent didn't come from the lightning attribute profound talisman? Wu Yuming said indifferently. It's very simple. Wu Yuming took out an item from his bosom. Then, he opened his palm and let everyone see it clearly. This was a blue jade talisman. There was a slight lightning strike on it. That's right, this was a lightning attribute profound talisman. After that, Wu Yuming placed this lightning attribute profound talisman on the table and pointed with his finger. Pa! Another lightning strike struck out. In an instant, the entire main hall entered the climax. Wu Yuming had already taken out the lightning attribute profound talisman and placed it aside. Yet, it still released lightning. This could only prove one thing, that he possessed the lightning attribute profound talisman. Of course, this was for the majority of people. And to Yang Dingtian, this situation could only prove one thing, and that was that Wu Yuming had two lightning attribute profound talismans. His guess was not wrong. At this moment, there was also a Grand Master from the Netherworld Sea whose entire body's Qi and profound veins had been completely destroyed by lightning. His cultivation was completely crippled. Because she had gone to obtain the second lightning attribute profound talisman for Wu Yuming. She could not withstand the damage of the lightning from the Five Elements Hall's secret technique. Even though she had taken out the profound talisman, it had already been completely destroyed. Moreover, even so, she would not be able to live for more than 3 days. Because, as long as Wu Yuming displayed this profound talisman, her death date would arrive. Because a dead person would not reveal a secret. Powerful, powerful. He was truly at his wit's end. Almost all the possibilities had been considered. In Yang Dingtian's heart, he was truly in awe. The current situation instantly slid in a disadvantageous direction for Yang Dingtian. Brother Yang, I've already explained your suspicions of me. Do you have anything else to ask? Wu Yuming said. At this moment, Ling Shi laughed loudly and said, Everyone has seen clearly that Sect Master Wu Yuming's lightning attribute energy completely comes from her innate talent. Yang Dingtian, you can't prove that your lightning attribute talent came from yourself, right? It's time for you to prove yourself. Yang Dingtian smiled in his heart and said, Then, what a coincidence! I happen to have a lightning attribute profound talisman that I haven't used yet. After saying that, Yang Dingtian also took out a lightning attribute profound talisman from his bosom and placed it on the table. Then, with a point of his finger, a powerful bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. Yang Dingtian proved that he could release lightning attribute energy without relying on the lightning attribute profound talisman. Immediately, for the first time, Wu Yuming's expression changed. She was the same as Ling Shi, unwilling to believe that Yang Dingtian possessed lightning attribute talent no matter what. So at the first moment, she determined that Yang Dingtian's lightning attribute energy came from the lightning attribute profound talisman. But she never thought that Yang Dingtian threw away the profound talisman and still released lightning. Immediately, the situation became incomparably complicated. Ling Shi's gaze flickered intensely, then he laughed loudly and said, Yang Dingtian, this doesn't prove anything at all? Perhaps you have a second lightning attribute profound talisman? The moment these words came out, Wu Yuming's gaze turned cold. Idiot! Ling Shi immediately wished that he could give himself a tight slap. He was really an idiot. If Yang Dingtian had two lightning attribute profound talismans, didn't that also mean that Wu Yuming might also have two lightning attribute profound talismans? This was completely killing 800 enemies and sacrificing 1,000 of oneself. And Yang Dingtian was precisely waiting for this moment. On Wu Yuming's side, the evidence was too damn solid, it was really difficult to break through. And now, on the lightning attribute, it was really an excellent breakthrough point. If Yang Dingtian made good use of this point, he could really gain the upper hand in theory for the first time. Yes, Yang Dingtian said lightly. As long as you pass the last stage in the Five Elements Hall's secret realm, you will be rewarded with a lightning attribute profound talisman. So, Wu Yuming and I are very likely to have 2 lightning attribute profound talismans. This doesn't prove anything. Of course, if I'm not wrong, the entrance of the Five Elements Hall's secret realm should have been destroyed by now. Now, it's impossible to get a lightning attribute profound talisman. Yang Dingtian looked at Wu Yuming and said, since the lightning attribute profound talisman doesn't prove anything, then let's discuss, what is the true meaning of the lightning attribute talent? Okay? Wu Yuming's gaze trembled and she said with a smile. Okay. Yang Dingtian. Okay, then let me ask you, in the deepest part of the martial arts civilization, what exactly is the lightning attribute energy? What is it like? How is it produced? In an instant, the whole battle entered Yang Dingtian's home ground. In this home ground, Yang Dingtian's wisdom could kill Wu Yuming in seconds. Chapter 605. Wu Yuming immediately smiled and said, Brother Yang, are you testing my understanding of the lightning element? And just treat it as an academic discussion, Yang Dingtian said. Wu Yuming's smile was full of wisdom and self-satisfaction. She said lightly, my insect's understanding of the lightning element is the most profound. It's a good opportunity to discuss it with Brother Yang. First, I will answer your first question. What is the lightning element energy? How about it? Yang Dingtian said. I'm all ears. Everyone present pricked up their ears. Lightning element energy is not in yin and yang, but in the 5 elements. It originates from the dark void, so the owls that grow in the darkness are lightning element beasts. And the lightning that we usually see is also in the sky filled with dark clouds. Only when the 2 suns cover the sun will lightning be born, Wu Yuming said. After she finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. It was very reasonable. Wu Yuming said, what does Yang Dingtian think about my explanation? Yang Dingtian said, please continue, Brother Yuming. Next, I will answer your second question. What is the lightning element energy like? First, the lightning element energy is not in yin and yang, so it can penetrate any defense. It does not have any destructive power, but when it comes into contact with a certain life form, no matter if the life form is yin or yang, it will immediately react and produce the effects of yang. This is also the reason why after being electrocuted, my whole body was charred black. Wu Yuming said lightly. But there is still a secret that I might as well tell Brother Yang. When the lightning element comes into contact with a matter without yin or yang, there will not be any destructive power. For example, the most ordinary and dry stone, or extremely dry wood. So it is not impossible to defend against the lightning element energy, as long as the whole body is covered in completely dry leather. When she said this, everyone was greatly impressed. Everyone really thought that the lightning element could ignore any defense. Who would have thought that Wu Yuming would actually say that ordinary leather could actually do it? Why don't we do an experiment here? Wu Yuming said. Who has leather in their hands? It's absolutely dry and doesn't even have any sweat on it. I have one. One of the leaders raised his hand. He was wearing a brand new leather glove. Brother Yang, use lightning to strike his hand, Wu Yuming said. Yang Dingtian waved his hand, and a foot-long lightning bolt shot out, striking the man's hand. Pa! That person exclaimed. He was so scared that his whole body started to tremble, and his face turned pale. After the electric shock, he found that he was completely fine. He immediately exclaimed, I'm fine. These leather gloves can really block lightning attribute mystic skills. Sect Master Wu is mighty. Instantly, countless people looked at Wu Yuming with admiration. In the past, everyone thought that the lightning element was defenseless and that in the future, all they needed was leather armor. Wu Yuming's speech could be said to have epoch-making significance. Wu Yuming was not arrogant in the slightest. Her expression was calm as she said, as for how the lightning energy is produced, If it's the lightning energy outside the human body, then I can only say that it's from the collision and compression of the dark void. If we talk about how the lightning energy in the human body is produced? In other words, what is lightning talent? Why is it 1 in a billion? When these words came out, everyone's ears perked up. Lightning talent was so rare, who didn't want to know how to possess it? Wu Yuming said indifferently. Lightning talent is completely determined by one's qi and profound veins. Accurately speaking, this is a kind of flaw. Everyone's profound veins are divided into yin or yang. But for people with flaws, their qi and profound veins will have a hole and defect. This place is not divided into yin and yang. So when the profound qi energy flows through this place, it will change. Through a special cultivation technique, it can produce lightning energy. Immediately someone asked, Sect Master Wu, then how did this flaw come about? Wu Yuming said, Coincidence, it's definitely a coincidence. When a person is born, they will be attacked by the dark void energy that drifts between heaven and earth, causing this flaw. So many snakes and owls that live at the edge of the dark void have lightning talent. And for us humans, it's 1 in a billion. Instantly, everyone was enlightened. Vulture's face was filled with boundless pride. Purely from the theory of the primal chaos continent, Wu Yuming's explanation was indeed flawless. Wu Yuming said to Yang Dingtian, Brother Yang, I've finished explaining, please advise me. It's amazing. Yang Dingtian said. Wu Yuming's expression was calm, without joy or sorrow. But, it's a bunch of nonsense. Yang Dingtian continued. When these words came out, everyone's expression changed. You're the one who's talking nonsense. Vulture said angrily. My husband's wisdom is as vast as the sea. You can't find a rebuttal, so you use words to attack. Yang Dingtian, you're really shameless. Wu Yuming raised her hand to stop Vulture's anger and smiled at Yang Dingtian. Brother Yang, if you have a different opinion, please advise me. Yang Dingtian said. Okay, I'll answer you first. What is the lightning energy? What is the lightning energy? It's very simple. It's just the energy produced when yang particles and yin particles meet. That's all, it's not related to the dark void. Yang Dingtian said. Brother Yang, you're talking nonsense. Wu Yuming said. Then why is lightning always produced in the dark sky where the sun is not seen? Why are there many demon beasts at the edge of the dark void with lightning talent? Yang Dingtian said with a smile. It's very simple to prove this point. Pavilion Master Duan Ruyan, please come up and help. Duan Ruyan walked up. City Lord Kui Qing, please come up. Yang Dingtian said. Kui Qing also came up. Yang Dingtian said. Pavilion Master Duan Ruyan and Miss Kui Qing don't have lightning talent, this is certain. Wu Yuming nodded. Yang Dingtian said. Marshal and Duan Ruyan, Miss Kui Qing, please each bring a piece of silk and a piece of fur. At this time, in the main hall, there were people wearing fur and silk. It was very simple. Soon both of them had silk and fur in their hands. Everyone's eyes widened, not knowing what Yang Dingtian was going to do. Marshal and Duan Ruyan, Miss Kui Qing. Yang Dingtian said. Take the silk in one hand and the fur in the other, and then rub it hard and fast. Soon, you will be able to see the extremely mysterious and profound lightning. Duan Ruyan and Kui Qing did as they were told and began to rub the silk and fur. Both of them were high-level martial artists, and their speed was extremely fast. Swish, 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 swish. Almost a moment later. Pa! A blue electric flower of a few inches suddenly appeared between the fur and silk. Immediately after, electric flowers also burst out from Kui Qing's hand. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. There was static electricity in the earth, but did the chaos world have it? There was, but it was very, very little. Because the energy system of the chaos world was different from that of the earth, the environment that formed static electricity was much more difficult. But there was still static electricity, but no one knew that it was electricity because there was no electric fire. Yang Dingtian said. In fact, my experiment just now answered 3 questions at once. What is lightning energy, how is it, and how is it produced? Wu Yuming said indifferently. Brother Yang's theory is very wonderful, but we always feel like scratching an itch through the boot. That string of sparks is very much like fire, not electricity. You just said that it was explained in terms of martial arts civilization. Then please tell me, what is going on for a martial artist to have lightning talent? Okay? Okay. Yang Dingtian said. You are right about one thing. Why does a person have lightning talent and can release lightning mystic skills? It is indeed because there is an energy hole in his body, and there is no distinction between yin and yang. But this is definitely not a flaw, and it is definitely not an attack by the dark void. It is because his mystic meridian's talent has almost reached the extreme. If a person has the 9 yang mystic meridians, or the 9 yin mystic meridians, that is the extreme, and what is the end of the extreme? It is chaos. Therefore, people with 9 yin mystic meridians and 9 yang mystic meridians have a natural chaos, because their mystic meridians have reached the extreme. Wu Yuming said. That means, Sir Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians are the 9 yang mystic meridians, and it has reached the extreme? Yes, that's right. Yang Dingtian said. So, when I was still an enlightener, even if I was naked in a world of ice and snow, I would not feel any cold. Okay, then as you said, how many people with 9 yang mystic meridians or 9 yin mystic meridians are there in this world? Wu Yuming asked. It should be just me. Yang Dingtian said. This kind of mystic meridians may not appear even once in a few hundred years. What a joke, you are not afraid of boasting to the heavens. Vulture laughed at the side. That's good, that's strange. Wu Yuming said. Every generation of hidden sect disciples has lightning talent. And there is one hidden sect disciple every 200 years. Based on what you said, doesn't that mean that some hidden sect disciples do not have lightning talent? But every generation of hidden sect disciples has lightning talent. How do you explain that? When she said this, everyone nodded their heads. Who said that every generation of hidden sect disciples has lightning talent? Yang Dingtian laughed coldly. This generation's Dongfang Bingling does not have it. You said that hidden sect disciples do not have lightning talent? Wu Yuming laughed, her eyes revealing a proud smile. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Then I have nothing to say, I don't want to argue with you anymore. Wu Yuming said. The one who is narrow-minded and spouting nonsense is you, Wu Yuming. Yang Dingtian said coldly. Why is it that every hidden sect disciple can release lightning mystic skills? It's very simple. Because they have cultivated hidden sect's secret technique, yin-yang reversal. No matter if it is yin-yang mystic meridians or yang mystic meridians, they can all turn into chaotic mystic meridians. Just like me. Whoosh. Yang Dingtian summoned a mystic flame. Look carefully, this is the original Yang Million Spirit Demon Flame. Yang Dingtian said. Whoosh. Yang Dingtian summoned another mystic flame. Look carefully, this is the original Yin Demon Spirit Demon Flame. Yang Dingtian said. Everyone was shocked to find that these two mystic flames were pale white and colorless. They were not green or red. This is Chaos Mystic Chi, this is the Chaos attribute. Yang Dingtian said. Pavilion Master Duan Ruyan, can I lend you a strand of hair? Duan Ruyan plucked a strand of hair. Burn the strand of hair on the Million Spirit Demon Flame. Yang Dingtian said. Duan Ruyan placed the strand of hair on the Million Spirit Demon Flame, and it was completely unharmed. The Million Spirit Demon Flame was a heaven and earth mystic flame, it could even melt bloody black gold. How was it possible that it could not even burn a strand of hair? Look carefully, this is the Chaos attribute that does not differentiate between yin and yang. It does not have any attacking power, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Go! Yang Dingtian swung the strand of hair lightly. Instantly, the two mystic flames flew out. Yang Dingtian said. Look carefully, I will now show you the birth of the most mysterious lightning-type mystic skill in this world. The Yang Million Spirit Demon Flame on the left, after being modified by the Chaos attribute, became countless Yang energy particles. The Yin Demon Spirit Demon Flame on the right, after being modified by the Chaos attribute, became countless energy particles. When the two collide, instantly the two mystic flames collided violently. Lightning, appear! Bang! An incomparably huge bolt of lightning instantly filled the hall within a radius of a few hundred meters. In that instant, countless resplendent lights filled the entire sky. It was incomparably gorgeous and shocking. In the end, it completely disappeared into the air. When the hidden sect disciples cultivate to the highest level, they can reverse yin and yang. A person's body can have chaos mystic meridians, yin mystic meridians and yang mystic meridians. When the yin mystic chi and yang mystic chi enter the chaos space, they become yin and yang charges. When they collide with each other, they can release extremely powerful lightning without any mystic skill. This is the secret of the hidden sect disciples possessing lightning innate talent. This is the ultimate secret of the lightning-type mystic skill. It is not something that comes from the dark void. Therefore, Wu Yu Ming, your explanation of the lightning-type innate talent and lightning-type energy is complete nonsense. You have never learned the real hidden sect's secret manuals. You do not understand the profoundness of the hidden sect's cultivation techniques. You are just blindly touching the elephant and spouting nonsense. It is simply laughable. Hiding a lightning-type mystic talisman on your body and pretending to have lightning innate talent. Laughable. Wu Yu Ming, not only do I have lightning innate talent, I can also leave my body, use my martial wisdom and the hidden sect's supreme cultivation techniques to create a brand new lightning. I can also analyze and create from the highest point of martial arts civilization. Because I am the real hidden sect disciple. And you are the fake one. Wu Yuming was about to open her mouth. Yang Dingtian's hands suddenly waved wildly. Clap, 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 clap. Almost instantaneously, a few dozens, hundreds of lightning bolts struck out wildly. In an instant, the entire sky above the main hall was completely filled with gorgeous and resplendent huge lightning bolts. There were huge ball lightning, strip lightning, light screen lightning, everything that one could think of. Instantly, everyone present was mesmerized and intoxicated. Wu Yu Ming, is this something that the so-called lightning-type mystic talisman can release? Yang Dingtian sneered. If you are a hidden sect disciple, you can release lightning that is as fast and as powerful as mine. No, because the time is too short and your lightning-type mystic talisman energy is too weak. You imposter, you hypocritical and shameless imposter! Chapter 606. Without a doubt, in this debate of lightning energy, Wu Yuming was utterly defeated. On the surface, his words were impeccable, but they were all nonsense. They were all empty theories, and they were all literary theories. And although Yang Dingtian's words were incomprehensible to everyone, there were many technical terms. However, it was very straightforward and all of it was solid. It was logical and meticulous, and it even combined theory with reality. It was an eye-opener for everyone. Now, if they were to talk about how Yang Dingtian used the thunder attribute mystic talisman, it would be pure nonsense. Immediately, everyone looked at Wu Yuming to see his reaction. Wu Yuming bowed deeply and said, Brother Yang, your lightning talent far surpasses mine. I admire you. Your understanding of lightning energy also far surpasses mine. I've learned a lot. When these words came out, the entire audience was stunned. Wu Yuming admitted defeat so easily? Of course, this was Wu Yuming's intelligence. When she encountered something that she was not good at, she would immediately admit defeat. She would never quibble and would never fall into a disadvantageous position. Then Wu Yuming said, However, although my lightning is inferior to yours, if you say that my lightning came from a lightning talisman, that would be an insult to me. After saying that, Wu Yuming's right hand gently pointed. Pa! A bolt of lightning that was several feet long suddenly burst out. It was extremely powerful. His lightning was not as huge as Yang Dingtian's, as resplendent, as gorgeous and as numerous. However, his lightning was also 4 to 5 feet long. The key point was that it was filled with a domineering aura. And the key point was that his lightning was not only blue, it was also permeated with purple and golden edges. Therefore, It seemed that his lightning had become incomparably luxurious. Brother Yang, could it be that my lightning is also a lightning talisman? Can it be released? Wu Yuming said indifferently. Yang Dingtian did not speak. He guessed that Wu Yuming's lightning was indeed released by a lightning talisman. However, it was not only a lightning talisman. There was also a very familiar energy smell that Yang Dingtian was very familiar with. Millennium Owl. That's right, it was the lightning unique to the Millennium Owl. But how did he do it? Yang Dingtian had no idea. Did he take the Millennium Owl as his martial soul, or did he just use the owl's demon core to amplify his energy? Yang Dingtian did not know, but there was no doubt that this was the energy aura of the nightingale. However, there was no evidence. As for the golden edge, it was unknown whether it came from some kind of mystic flame, or some kind of special mystic chi energy. In short, Wu Yuming knew that her lightning-type mystic skills were far inferior to Yang Dingtian's, so she took a shortcut. She used the Millennium Owl's lightning-type energy and added a special light effect. This way, he wouldn't lose too badly in a competition of the lightning element. Furthermore, after his defeat, he did not linger in the battle and directly admitted that his lightning energy was inferior to Yang Dingtian's. It would be enough as long as he could clear himself of the suspicion of using the lightning attribute talisman. Ling Shi immediately continued. Yang Dingtian, your lightning attribute talent is very high, but so what? Lightning attribute talent is merely a symbol of the hidden sect's disciples. It only says that the hidden sect's disciples will definitely have lightning attribute talent. In fact, the hidden sect's disciples rarely use lightning attribute mystic skills in battle. This is just a flashy thing. Without waiting for anyone to refute, Ling Shi immediately said, even if your lightning attribute talent reaches the heavens, it can't change the fact that you're pretending to be the hidden sect's disciple. You keep saying that Wu Yuming is a fake, but no one can deny the video evidence from the Echo Jade. The evidence from Nihility Piao Ling is the real evidence. Do you have evidence that Nihility Piao Ling passed you the hidden sect's position? No, no matter what, you're a fake. Yang Dingtian doesn't have it, but I do. Suddenly, Dong Fang Minmi slowly stood up and said, that day, Yang Dingtian encountered the yin-yang mirror incident and was willing to take the blame. How could he remember to use the Echo Jade to record everything? However, there was another person who recorded everything. Ling Shi and Wu Yuming's expressions completely changed. Who? Dong Fang Minmi slowly said. Ling Qingshan, because he was also present at that time. This Echo Jade was found from his corpse. Dong Fang Minmi took out the Echo Jade and slowly injected mystic chi. Instantly, another image appeared in the sky above the main hall. The peerlessly beautiful Nihility Piao Ling flew over from afar. Then, Yang Dingtian directly knelt in front of her. Following that, Nihility Piao Ling placed her hand on Yang Dingtian's head, and then took out a crystal sword. Then, the image abruptly stopped. Instantly, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out that Yang Dingtian also had video evidence. Wu Yuming's gaze suddenly turned cold. He would never have imagined this scene. But he knew what this meant. It meant that Yang Dingtian was scheming against him. Yang Dingtian had video evidence of Nihility Piao Ling long ago, but he didn't take it out previously. He only took out this evidence after he used electric energy to defeat Wu Yuming. There was a fundamental difference between taking out this evidence early and taking it out late. After Ling Shi's expression changed drastically, she suddenly said sternly, what can this prove? This can only prove that you've met Nihility Piao Ling's sect leader. Is there a scene of Nihility Piao Ling's sect leader accepting you as a disciple? Yang Dingtian, you've only met Nihility Piao Ling's sect leader. But you used this to pretend to be the sect leader of the hidden sect. Wu Yuming's sect leader is different. She saw everything clearly. Nihility Piao Ling's sect leader personally admitted to accepting him as a disciple. No one can change this. Yang Dingtian, no matter how high your electric talent is, even if you show the video evidence of meeting Nihility Piao Ling's sect leader, it can't change the fact that you're an imposter. Let me ask you, is the imposter John Do Ling Shi sect leader you? Since you can impersonate him the first time, you can impersonate him the second time. Ling Shi said sternly. If you have the ability, you can also deny the video evidence of Nihility Piaoling's sect leader accepting Wu Yuming's sect leader as a disciple. This video was undoubtedly recorded by Nihility Piaoling's sect leader after he demonized. However, this could only be known in his heart, there was no evidence. However, at this time, there was no need for evidence. As long as Yang Dingtian voiced this suspicion, others could fill in the gaps. Alright, Ling Shi, shut up. Wu Yuming shouted coldly. Then, Wu Yuming sighed and said, I understand everything. After saying that, Wu Yuming bowed deeply to Yang Dingtian and said, I misunderstood you, junior brother Yang. Then Wu Yuming said to everyone, Why did I become Nihility's sect leader's disciple? This has to start from 200 years ago. Of course, this period of history is not very glorious. 200 years ago, in the Doomsday Battle, there were two sects that stood aloof from the world. They were the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea. Nihility Piaoling's sect leader personally visited the Netherworld Sea and found my mother, Wu Yu. He asked her not to help the demon King Wetian. However, some people know that my mother has always been infatuated with the demon King Wetian. However, she can also clearly distinguish between good and evil. In public, she should stand on the side of the Tiando League. In private, she should stand on the side of the evil ways. My mother fell into a painful choice, but in the end, she still chose the side of justice. Although the Netherworld Sea did not participate in the battle, we provided a large number of treasures. Moreover, my mother personally lobbied the Vulture Palace, Willingzi, not to help the evildoers and to let him join the Tiando League. Therefore, the second most powerful force in the evil ways, the Vulture Palace, joined the Tiando League. Of course, our three sects also have an agreement, which is the marriage between the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea. Moreover, as long as my mother gives birth to a descendant, regardless of gender, the hidden sect leader, Nihility Piaoling, will accept him as a disciple. This is a very ancient agreement. My marriage to the Vulture Palace and my becoming Nihility sect leader's disciple are all part of this ancient agreement. Wu Yuming said calmly. The demonization of my master, Nihility sect leader, is really unexpected. Previously, I always thought that junior brother Yang Dingtian was an imposter, but now I know. He really did see my master for the last time. The moment before my master demonized, junior brother Yang Dingtian was also by his side. Wu Yuming's tears fell as she bowed deeply to Yang Dingtian and said, Junior brother, before master demonized, I was not by his side. Instead you were. Senior brother is indescribably grateful. Please accept my bow. After saying that, Wu Yuming bowed deeply. I also know that before master demonized, you were the only one by his side, so he must have entrusted you with many things. Previously, senior brother wronged you. I'm sorry. Wu Yuming said gently, then held Yang Dingtian's arms with both hands. Fuck! Fuck! At this moment, Yang Dingtian's heart only had this word. Not only Yang Dingtian, but Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanzhou also only had this word in their hearts. Was Wu Yuming a human or a ghost? At this time, she could still make a comeback. Moreover, she did not tarnish her image at all. Seeing that Yang Dingtian's lightning talent surpassed hers, and seeing the video evidence that something had happened to Yang Dingtian, she immediately opened her mouth. She said that it was Nihility Piaoling who took him in as a disciple first and entrusted Yang Dingtian later. She immediately called him junior brother intimately, and used gentle means directly. It was completely like a needle hidden in silk floss, making it impossible for anyone to refute. At this time, if Yang Dingtian said that the video of Wu Yuming was fake and was recorded by Nihility Piaoling after demonizing, he, Yang Dingtian, would immediately fall into a disadvantageous position and lose his grace. She had already apologized to you and directly acknowledged you as her junior brother, yet you still want to bite back? Moreover, Wu Yuming's needle hidden in silk floss was really a needle hidden in silk floss. He kept saying that Nihility Piaoling had entrusted something to Yang Dingtian, But he did not say that Nihility Piao Ling had passed on the position of sect leader to Yang Dingtian. Overtly and covertly, he still said that Yang Dingtian had usurped Wu Yoming's position of hidden sect. But she did not say it out loud, so how could he refute? Was it a guilty conscience? At this time, Lingxi was also completely convinced. His gaze changed and he immediately found the key point. Then, he directly bowed to Yang Dingtian and said, "In this way, I've really wronged junior brother Yang Dingtian. However, sect leader Nihility only entrusted some things to you and did not hand over the position of sect leader to you. Otherwise, she would have handed the hidden sect token to you, right? So, junior brother Yang Dingtian, did you remember wrongly? Alright, stop talking," Wu Yuming said. "Since it's all a misunderstanding, then there's no need to fight. Junior brother, this position is handed over to you, I support you." After saying that, Wu Yuming even patted Yang Dingtian's shoulder. "No," Lingxi said. "I'll say the ugly words first. This is not just about the position of hidden sect leader. The ancient agreement between the three families 200 years ago, are we going to abide by it or not?" When he said this, the whole place was silent. Lingxi said, "If we abide by it, then we need Wu Yuming to become the hidden sect leader. In this way, my Vulture Palace and Sea of Hades will stand on the side of the Tiando League. If Yang Dingtian becomes the hidden sect leader, then there's no need to abide by the agreement. My Vulture Palace and Sea of Hades will still not stand on the side of the Tiando League." Dongfang Minmi said calmly, "Could it be that you want to stand on the side of the evil ways?" "No, I didn't say that," Lingxi said. "My Vulture Palace and Sea of Hades will form an Eastern Tiando League and let Wu Yuming be the sect leader and continue to abide by the agreement. Yang Dingtian, you'll be the leader of your Western Tiando League and will be the leader of our Eastern Tiando League. Both the East and West will fight against the evil ways together." "Lingxi, how dare you split the Tiando League?" Wu Yuming shouted angrily. "I'm sorry. For the sake of the agreement from 200 years ago, I have no choice but to do this." Lingxi suddenly placed her sword across her neck and said, "Sect leader Wu, if you give up the position of sect leader today, you'll be trampling on the agreement between our three sections. I'll die in front of you." Wu Yuming said angrily, "Are you trying to force me to my death? Husband, if you can't give up, why should you give up?" Vulture also suddenly placed her sword across her neck and said, "Husband, if you give up this position, I'll also die in front of you. Even if I die, I'm not willing to let the villain who plotted against you be complacent." After saying that, Vulture said to Ling Wu, "Sister Ling Wu, you saved my life. I beg you to say something. Otherwise, some bastards will have their way." Ling Wu suddenly clenched her teeth and knelt in front of Wu Yuming, saying, "Sect leader Wu, please don't abandon the common people because of righteousness. Some things can be given up, but some things can't be." Wu Yuming looked painfully at Ling Wu, who was kneeling on the ground. She looked painfully at Vulture and Lingxi before looking at Yang Dingtian. Fine. All of you are forcing me. How can I bully junior brother Yang when he's my master's benefactor? I'll just end my own life." Wu Yuming suddenly pulled out her sword and slashed it across her neck. She committed suicide in front of everyone. Swoosh! The sword slashed across. Fresh blood spurted out. Wu Yuming was really fierce. She wanted to cut half of her own neck open while she was still alive. Clang! Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand and grabbed her sword. Of course, he didn't want to save Wu Yuming. He couldn't wait to tear Wu Yuming into pieces. However, Wu Yuming's suicide was just an act. She wouldn't die. If the plot was allowed to develop, Wu Yuming would faint in front of everyone. Then, Lingxi would fly into a rage and snatch Wu Yuming away. She would announce the establishment of the East Tiando League in front of everyone and let Wu Yuming become the leader of the East Tiando League. Then, the entire Tiando League would officially split. Since Wu Yuming had already fainted, the responsibility for the split wouldn't fall on his head. Then, what would happen next would undoubtedly be the civil war between the East and West Tiando League. As for the reason for the civil war, it was too easy to find. Wu Yuming could find 100 reasons to start a war with Yang Dingtian even with her eyes closed. Moreover, every one of them was open and above board. At that time, before the world-ending war had even begun, the East and West Tiando League would already be fighting to the death. The so-called East Tiando League wasn't important. However, if the Vulture Palace and Sea of Hades worked together to openly attack Yang Dingtian, the consequences would be too terrifying. Therefore, Yang Dingtian couldn't let him succeed. He could only interrupt Wu Yoming's act. "Brother Netherworld, the Tiando League will not split." "I won't allow it," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes, the Tiando League cannot be split." Wu Yuming allowed the blood to flow from her neck as she spoke sincerely. "Then what should we do?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I don't want to fight for the position of sect leader. However, in order for the Tiando League to not split, I have to fight for it," Wu Yuming said indifferently. "How about this? At this time next year, we will have a duel to determine the winner. The winner will become the sect leader. How about it?" "Okay," Yang Dingtian said. "Then, in order to prevent this matter from escalating, I will take my leave," Wu Yuming said. "I'll send you off," Yang Dingtian said. Then, the two of them stretched out their arms. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the scene in front of them. Today, I won't stop. I will cripple you," Wu Yuming said. "I know," Yang Dingtian said. "What's your cultivation now?" 8-star Great Grandmaster, Wu Yuming said. "Wow, amazing," Yang Dingtian said. "There's still a year left. I shouldn't lose. As long as there's a 5-star Great Grandmaster, I can destroy you." "A year? 5-star Great Grandmaster? Are you dreaming?" Wu Yuming said. "I can't help it. Who asked me to have 9 Yang Xian veins?" Yang Dingtian said. "How does it feel to be betrayed by a woman who once loved you?" Wu Yuming smiled and said, "It must be very painful." "It's just SOSO," Yang Dingtian said. "Today, didn't you want to make me regret it completely, make me fall from the peak, and make me live a life worse than death? In the end, you have to put on a suicide act. You're so ugly that it's unbearable to look at. How does it feel?" Wu Yoming's face twitched violently. Then, she said, "The more painful it is, the fiercer the revenge will be. I'm just letting you die a year later. You don't have to be so happy." "Wu Yuming, I used to think that you were very powerful," Yang Dingtian said. "But now, it seems that you're not even as good as Ning Wuming. Of course, even Ning Wuming can't compare to your disguise and scheming. However, your vision and your heart are too narrow. Ning Wuming still has a woman who is completely in love with him, and you are completely useless." "Are you a woman?" Wu Yuming said. "I just need to grasp this point. Next year, on this day, you will die. That's enough. Then, goodbye," Yang Dingtian said. "See you next year? Goodbye. That's the day you die. Goodbye," Wu Yuming said. Then, the two of them bade farewell. After Wu Yuming walked a few steps away, Yang Dingtian suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right, Brother Yuming. I have a letter that I asked Ling Wu to pass to you. Remember to open it and take a look. The contents of the letter should be displayed now. Oh right, read it alone. Otherwise, it'll be very embarrassing. Ling Wu, what are your plans from now on? Do you want to go to the Netherworld Sea with me?" Wu Yuming asked. "No. First Madame Gongsun invited me to join the 7 refined lane and let me become the 6th Madame Gongsun. I'm still thinking about it," Ling Wu said. "That's good too. I feel that your future on the martial path will be very bright. However, no matter where you are, please remember that the Netherworld Sea and the Vulture Sect are your other homes," Wu Yuming said. "Thank you, Big Brother Wu," Ling Wu said. "However, in today's situation, your benevolence and righteousness have caused you to suffer a great loss," Wu Yuming said seriously. "Ling Wu, I'll only tell you one thing. Being despicable is the passcode of the despicable. Being noble is the motto of the noble. No one can change this, just like how no one can change their own fate." Ling Wu nodded and said, "I'll remember this." Yang Dingtian's actions can succeed for a while, but he can't succeed for a lifetime. Oh right, I heard that he has a letter that he asked you to pass to me. Is that right? Wu Yuming asked. Oh, that's right, Ling Wu said. In fact, she didn't dare to open it and take a look. That's right, she didn't dare to open it. No matter what the reason was, she had broken her bottom line twice today. Twice, she had misrepresented a deer as a horse. Twice, she had reversed black and white. Yang Dingtian had hit the nail on the head. Therefore, she was afraid that there were even fiercer words in the box. She didn't dare to look. Then give it to me, Wu Yuming said. Ling Wu passed this small jade box to him. Wu Yuming took away the jade box. This jade box was completely sealed and couldn't be opened at all. Moreover, it couldn't be opened with brute force. That would completely destroy it. Wu Yuming used many methods, but was still unable to open it. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, a bolt of lightning streaked across Wu Yuming's fingers. Sure enough, a crack appeared in this box. After that, it opened silently. Wu Yuming's heart turned cold. Yang Dingtian had long known that she had a lightning-attributed mystic talisman. Therefore, he possessed lightning-attributed energy. There was a piece of paper lying inside the box. Wu Yuming took it out and opened it to take a look. With just a glance, Wu Yuming's entire body trembled and twitched. Her face suddenly turned purple and a mouthful of blood was violently spurted out. Yang Dingtian, I'll tear you into pieces! Chapter 607. Brother Yuming, when you see this letter, your plan to seize the position of hidden sect master should have already failed. You've planned for this day for a very long time. It's really not easy. In order to obtain the lightning attribute mystic talisman, you barged into the Five Elements Hall's secret realm and braved the heaven-defying lightning to break through. In the end, you burned yourself until your entire body was charred black. You're really going all out. Let me think. Just the lightning attribute mystic talisman is still not enough. You should have gone to meet the Queen Devil Queen, kneeled down and called her master. Then, you should have recorded it using the Echo Jade and publicly displayed it in the main hall as evidence. What plague attack? What missing meeting leaders? All of these are just smoke screens. You deliberately pretended to stop the Tiando League conference from being held. You made me go through untold hardships to overcome all difficulties and finally allowed the Tiando League conference to be held. In the end, you came to snatch everything from me and made me lose all standing and reputation. You wanted me to fall from the peak into hell and live a life worse than death. Unfortunately, after meeting Ling Wu for the first time, you finally understood my goal. I finally know your purpose. Your purpose is to torture me. Thus, everything you wanted to do could be easily guessed. Just as well. I'll tear off your painted skin in front of countless people. Brother Yuming, you're only SOSO. Perhaps, your ability is merely to deceive Ling Wu and Vulture, these two women who think they're not smart enough? Yuming's brilliant scheme to seize the world. You shed all pretense of cordiality and expose your crotch. Finally, in order to thank Brother Yuming for your love for me, I'll specially gift you a picture. Although Yang Dingtian's letter from before had made Wu Yuming furious, and his heart had suffered a heavy blow, it was still not to the extent of making him vomit blood. All the crux lay in the last picture. This picture was definitely erotic and violent. A man was mighty and majestic. Especially, a certain part of him was completely outstanding. Then, a woman knelt at his feet with the two words, Vulture, written on her back. A few words were written on the side of the picture. I'm Yang, the best. Borrow my seed, find me. All of Wu Yuming's fury and frustration instantly erupted. He suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed wildly, smashing everything in the room into smithereens. He suddenly tore off the jade crown on his head. His hair was disheveled and his face distorted as he tore this letter into pieces. Ah! Wu Yuming raised his sword and slashed violently, destroying everything in the room. He Ming tasted sweetness in his mouth. He spit a mouthful of blood. Because Spirit Vulture and Ling Wu were still outside, he couldn't let out his furious roar. He could only roar from the bottom of his throat. "You Mings, you're Yang Dingtian, you're out of Yang Dingtian's Yang." I'm fine." Wu Yoming's face was distorted, but he said the most gentle words in a light tone. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, the mess in the room was instantly reduced to dust, and all the embarrassing scenes were gone. "Yang Dingtian, I will make you wish you were dead. Sect Master, you shouldn't have agreed to the duel with Wu Yuming," Qin Wanchou said. "Although he was extremely cunning, he was obviously at a disadvantage. I had no choice. I had to delay him," Yang Dingtian said. "Otherwise, once the East Taekwondo League is established, there will be endless civil wars. Our current strength is not enough to resist the Netherworld Sea and the Vulture sect. So, we have to give him hope and let him think that he can seize everything as long as he kills me a year later. Then, within this year, we can reorganize the Central and East continents. Otherwise, if we shed all pretense of cordiality, the civil war might break out tomorrow or the day after." "That's right. But Wu Yoming's cultivation is unfathomable. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven to break through after Master. A year later, the duel between Sect Master and him will be extremely dangerous," Qin Wanchou said. "I have a general plan," Yang Dingtian said. "There are two things that can let me break through to Master." "What?" Qin Wanchou asked. "The first is the second half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The second is the Netherworld Ghost Flame," Yang Dingtian said. "Originally, this Netherworld Ghost Flame was going to be given to the Vulture sect. Now, it seems that there's no need to waste it. This mystic flame, I must get it. We will do our best to help Sect Master get these two things," Qin Wanchou said. "But it's not enough to break through to Master. It's far from enough." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "Next, it depends on other opportunities. There are still more than 4 months before the Netherworld Ghost Flame blooms. During this time, the most important thing is the second half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship." "What should we do?" Dongfang Minmi asked. Yang Dingtian said, "In this world, there are 2 sets of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship." "2 sets?" Dongfang Minmi was surprised. "Yes, because the fourth rank of the manual was written by Senior Shuwu Piaoyan in the Sea Serpent Empire and the Mermaid Empire respectively. He used their martial arts halls and materials, so he must leave a backup set for them," Yang Dingtian said. "So now there is 1 set in the chaotic world, and the other set is in a certain martial arts hall in the Mermaid Empire. However, after the ancient Nirvana, the world changed greatly. The Mermaid Empire under the sea, we don't know what it has become. Even if it hasn't changed, we don't know where the Mermaid Empire under the sea is," Dongfang Minmi said. "So the focus is probably on the set in the chaotic world. Master, there is a very, very strange person," Yang Dingtian said. "The person who put the first half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship up for auction at the Merchant Palace in the Demon City. At that time, I thought he was from the evil ways and auctioned the first half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship to lure me out, so I didn't participate in the auction and passed by the manual. Now it seems that whether he is from the evil ways or not, he must have a purpose for auctioning the manual, and that purpose must be me." "That's right," Dongfang Minmi said. "If his purpose is me, and if he has the second half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, he will definitely come for me again," Yang Dingtian said. Everyone nodded. "So, we will split into 2. 1. I will go to the Merchant Palace in the Demon City to see if he has auctioned the second half of the fourth rank again. The other, in the name of the Council of Light, we will offer a bounty for the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship to the world at any cost," Yang Dingtian said. "Okay, we will immediately issue a bounty to the world," Qin Wanchou said. "But in that case, Wu Yuming will also know that we are looking for the second half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. They will definitely try their best to stop us. They already know that we are desperately looking for the second half of the fourth rank. Whether it is public or not, they will try their best to stop us," Yang Dingtian said. "But this is good. Let them focus on stopping me from looking for the secret manual, and not on disrupting the Tiando League. Then Yang Dingtian said, Master, Junior Uncle Qin, I will leave the central continent to you. I have to go back to Cloud Sky City. Yao Rao will give birth in a few days, and there is no news yet. You know that her child is very special. I have to go back. Yes. Sect Master, Qin Wanchou said. After coming out of the central capital palace, Yang Dingtian directly rode on the demon Vulture King and flew towards the west continent. 14 hours later, Yang Dingtian arrived in the sky above Cloud Sky City. Suddenly, he felt an extremely powerful aura enveloping the entire Cloud Sky City. It was De Xiao. Yang Dingtian asked Yao Rao to ask him to help protect Cloud Sky City, and he really came. Son-in-law Yang Dingtian greets father-in-law. Yang Dingtian said respectfully. Whoosh! Dugu Zhao's golden figure instantly appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. Your son has been born. Has the matter in the central continent been settled? Dugu Zhao asked. Yes, it has been settled for now, Yang Dingtian said. What's the result? Dugu Zhao asked. Wu Yuming tried to usurp the position of hidden sect master, but failed. Yang Dingtian said. So we decided to hold the competition on this day next year. Dugu Zhao frowned slightly and said, This day next year. At that time, although he can't kill you, your chances of winning are still very small. Winning or losing is not important. Yang Dingtian said. I just want to use this year to completely reorganize the Tiando League and prepare for the evil ways. Dugu Zhao said. Don't forget, a great demon from the evil ways is standing in front of you. Is it good for you to directly say that you want to destroy us? Father-in-law is a person with great wisdom and can resist the temptation of the soul leaving palace. How can we use the evil ways or the Tiando League to divide us? Yang Dingtian said. Oh, you also know about this matter? Dugu Zhao smiled faintly and said. Zhu Qingzhu, you're very surprised, right? More than surprised, I'm scared out of my wits. Yang Dingtian said. I originally thought that with 6 great masters against 6 great masters, I would be in an undefeatable position. I didn't expect Zhu Qingzhu to be so powerful. He single-handedly killed 4 masters from the evil ways and more than 30 masters. If he didn't show mercy and willingly admit defeat, I'm afraid that other than the ancient giant beast Xiao Xiao, we would have all been killed by him. Yang Dingtian shook his head with lingering fear and said, I will never forget this scene. I didn't expect that after Zhu Qingzhu and the evil ways fought, we still couldn't win. In the end, we relied on Zhu Qingzhu's temperament to obtain this so-called victory. No, it's not the so-called victory, Dugu Zhao said. Your victory over Zhu Qingzhu was justified. It was a true victory. Even if your cultivation is 100 times lower than his, that victory was a victory of a higher level. Because of this, Zhu Qingzhu was disheartened and gave up everything. He came to see you? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, he wanted to travel far away to find the answer in his heart. Of course, he would come to see me, an old friend, Dugu Zhao said. Yang Dingtian seemed to have thought of something. He smiled and said, Father-in-law, I heard that you are even more powerful than Zhu Qingzhu. How about you help me kill Wolingzi? I'm not his opponent. Dugu Zhao smiled faintly and said, Kid, Zhu Qingzhu is powerful, but I'm also powerful. But the most powerful one is your other father-in-law. That's really powerful. Uncle Shimen? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Dugu Zhao said. If he wasn't framed by Zhu Qingzhu. Now, Zhu Qingzhu and I are no match for him. In 3 to 5 years, he will be able to break through to half-step saint. At that time, when he sees that you are being bullied, he can directly take a sword and go and take Wu Lingzi's dog head. Yang Dingtian imagined that scene and couldn't help but be fascinated. Don't think that he won't do that, Dugu Zhao said. That father-in-law of yours is a ruthless person. When he kills people, he isn't any less merciful than Zhu Qingzhu. In Cloud Heaven City, he killed people until their heads rolled. You don't know that Qin Wancho would change places every night. No one knew where he would stay. They were all worried that your father-in-law would come and kill him one day. Yang Dingtian clicked his tongue. He didn't expect there to be such a past. Father-in-law, there's something I'm curious about. Why do all of you talk about how powerful Uncle Shiman is? I remember that 3 years ago, his cultivation was weaker than my master, you, and Zhu Qingzhu. Yang Dingtian said. That's right. 3 years ago, he was probably a 7-star or 8-star martial grandmaster. He was weaker than us. But do you know when he broke through to martial grandmaster? Duge Xiao asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head. Your master, me, and Zhu Qingzhu all broke through to martial grandmaster before the age of 40. Duge Xiao said. And your father-in-law only broke through to martial grandmaster when he was 50. But when he was 52, he broke through to 7-star or 8-star martial grandmaster. We spent more than 10 years, but he only spent 2 years. His momentum was like a stormy sea, unstoppable. If he wasn't framed, it was very possible for him to break through to half-saint within 5 years. Because he chose the most difficult path. Once he walked it, it was unstoppable. What a pity, what a pity! Yang Dingtian clicked his tongue once again. Uncle Shiman's momentum wasn't inferior to his at all. It had been almost a year since Yang Dingtian broke through to martial grandmaster. In this year, including the first half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, he had only broken through to 5-star level 9. And Shiman Wuya had broken through to 8-star martial grandmaster from martial grandmaster in 2 years. Yang Dingtian could be considered to have cheats, but Shiman Wuya had completely cultivated by himself. No wonder everyone admired Shiman Wuya so much. And the soul-devouring mystic qi that Zhu Qingzhu had been brewing for more than 10 years was also used on Shiman Wuya. Yang Dingtian had always wanted to save Shiman Wuya. But now, it seemed that before he cracked the evil spirit energy, it was impossible to achieve. All right, go and see your son. I'll take my leave, Duge Xiao said. Then, he disappeared in front of Yang Dingtian in an instant. Why did Yang Dingtian invite Duge Xiao over? It wasn't to guard against the enemy's sneak attack, but to guard against Yaorao's berserk transformation. Ever since she escaped from the energy prison, Yaorao relied on pregnancy to maintain her human form. Once Yaorao went berserk, she was incomparably powerful and terrifying. Therefore, Yang Dingtian needed Duge Xiao to guard here. However, Yaorao didn't go berserk, because there were no traces of battle in the valley. Of course, Yaorao was also afraid that her demonization would harm others, especially her own child, so she chose to give birth in the energy prison. But after the baby was born, she didn't go berserk. When Yang Dingtian saw her, she was lying on the bed feeding the baby. Seeing Yang Dingtian come in, she raised her head and glanced at him in dissatisfaction, then continued to hum a little tune. Master's wife was sitting on the edge of the bed, embroidering a little shoe. Little Tian, you're here. Quickly carry the baby. I've never seen such a strong baby. Master's wife was pleasantly surprised. Yang Dingtian went forward and picked up the baby. It was indeed strong, and it was completely heavy in the hand. It looked about the same size as other babies, but its weight was 2 times that of other babies. The moment it left its mother's grandmother, the baby immediately cried and kicked its hands and feet. Wow! What great strength! Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Probably even a 4 or 5-year-old child might not have this strength. Isn't that so? Master's wife said with a smile. When I carried it, I almost couldn't hold it. It has just been born and it already has such great strength. In the future, it will be amazing. Why don't you let the baby wear clothes? Yang Dingtian asked. Your young master doesn't want to wear it, Yaorao said. Once he wears clothes, he cries loudly and kicks his hands and feet. Yang Dingtian touched the baby's hands and feet, which were filled with surging energy. Wow, you are the same as your father, you also have 9 Yang Xian veins. Yang Dingtian held the baby in front of his eyes. The baby actually stopped crying and stared at Yang Dingtian with his big black eyes. No, He was staring at Yang Dingtian. That's right, a newborn baby actually knew how to stare. Baby's eyes are so bright, Yang Dingtian said. Isn't that so? The baby's eyes are not only bright, they are completely like gemstones. They have an almost solid light. Yang Dingtian has only seen this kind of light in Naga Aoshuang's eyes. Look at the baby's ears again, Yarao said. Yang Dingtian looked and was immediately stunned. The baby's ears are different from a human's. To be precise, the lower half is the same, but the upper half is very pointed, similar to the ears of elves in movies. Moreover, there is a golden hair on the side of the ear. These ears look very awe-inspiring and gorgeous. However, Master's wife said with worry, "When you grow up, wear a helmet and you won't be able to see." "No need to wear it, our baby's ears are so beautiful and awe-inspiring." Yang Dingtian laughed loudly. "Yao Rao, the baby won't have a tail like you, right?" Yang Dingtian quickly looked at the baby's butt. No tail. However, there is a golden pattern on the tailbone. Looking carefully, the baby's forehead also has the same golden pattern. This pattern is faintly discernible, mysterious and gorgeous. Yang Dingtian thought in astonishment, what kind of baby did I give birth to?" "Yao Rao, you succeeded?" Yang Dingtian asked. Yao Rao came to the primal chaos continent from another space in order to give birth to a new perfect race. Right now, the baby seemed to be different from before. He seemed mysterious and incomparable. "All right, you guys talk, I will go take a look at the stewed soup," Master's wife said, and then she went out. Yang Dingtian hugged the baby and sat on the edge of the bed. "Yao Rao, after the baby was born, you actually didn't go berserk," Yang Dingtian said. "Do you still want me to go berserk?" Yao Rao sneered and said, "You are not at ease, you even called a nearly half-sage expert to suppress me." Yang Dingtian gently caressed Yao Rao's beautiful face. "Little Tian, I originally planned to immediately leave with the baby after giving birth and completely disappear," Yao Rao said. "You are not allowed," Yang Dingtian said. "You are not allowed to do that." "Don't worry, I can't leave even if I want to now." Yao Rao's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Dingtian and said softly, "Husband, I am afraid that I can only stay by your side as a human woman in the future. I can no longer become a demon fox. I will never transform again." "Is that not good?" Yang Dingtian said instinctively and then hurriedly asked. "What's going on?" Yao Rao said, "All the nine-tailed demon fox energy in my body has disappeared. I originally had two chi-cis, one was the demon foxes and the other was the humans. The demon fox chi-ci has completely disappeared." Yang Dingtian's gaze immediately fell on the baby. "That's right, all my energy as a demon fox has been transferred to the baby," Yao Rao said. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. When Yao Rao was a nine-tailed demon fox, how powerful was she? Several great masters, dozens of great masters, took advantage of her weakest moment to capture her. It could be said that Yao Rao in her demon beast form could be regarded as the strongest person in the world. Now, all her energy had been transferred to the baby. "Wow! We have a super baby!" Yang Dingtian held the baby's face and said. "Then in the future, when you fight with brother and sister, don't use too much strength." "Pfft!" Yao Rao said. "You only know how to talk nonsense." Then Yao Rao said coquettishly, "In the future the life and death of this little girl will be in your hands, you have to take pity on me." "You vixen!" Yang Dingtian said. Yao Rao suddenly moved her red little mouth and kissed Yang Dingtian deeply. "By the way, as compensation, I directly broke through to the 9-star Great Master," Yao Rao said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Chapter 608. If anyone knew the whereabouts of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, it would be the Demon City's merchant palace. The Sky Demon City did not belong to any faction. It was a city where both the Tiando League and Evil Ways could trade. It was managed by a merchant guild. This was because the Demon City was the most prosperous city in the world. Almost everything in the world could be traded here. It belonged to the land of chaos. However, it was completely different from the land of chaos. It was more prosperous. Although it was extremely dark and depraved, it had order. The Demon City Merchant Guild had a powerful warrior force and a powerful armed force to protect the city. Other than that, the Demon City Merchant Guild also had a powerful warrior mercenary army. In the Tiendo League, many top experts who had committed heinous crimes chose to seek refuge in the Demon City. Therefore, many high-level warriors who had nowhere else to go in the land of chaos would conceal their identities and become a warrior mercenary army in the Demon City. Therefore, there was no doubt that the Sky Demon City was an extraordinary and powerful force in the land of chaos. As the leader of the Council of Light, Yang Dingtian was very likely to be the leader of the hidden sect. Therefore, when he openly visited the Sky Demon City, the Merchant Guild, as the ruler of the Demon City, immediately mobilized all their forces to frantically restore order in the city. Nearly 100,000 golden cavalrymen chased away every beggar on the streets. Nearly 100,000 hooligans, ruffians, and villains in the city were all swept clean. Of course, the so-called swept clean did not mean that they were killed. Instead, they were all ordered to stay at home and not go out. All those who wore strange clothes, had strange appearances, and were extremely vicious were either locked up at home or thrown into the dungeons. All the wanderers were locked up in various castles and given food. All the high-level warriors who were wanted by the Tiendo League were all in hiding and did not appear. In short, when Yang Dingtian arrived at the Sky Demon City, this must be an orderly, prosperous, and stable city. The Demon City Merchant Guild was indeed worried that Yang Dingtian's army would sweep this place clean and bring it under the rule of the Council of Light. Previously, Song Shao had led hundreds of thousands of soldiers to the city. When they were only 200 to 300 miles away from the Demon City, the ruler of the Sky Demon City was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Of course, with their formidable strength, they were not afraid of Song Shao. At that time, they were not afraid of Yang Dingtian's Council of Light. However, once the war started, the business and prosperity of this city were completely finished. However, the current Yang Dingtian was extremely powerful. He directly controlled the West Continent, the East Continent, and half of the East Continent. Although Sky Demon City had a powerful armed force and the world's most luxurious equipment and weapons, Sky Demon City didn't have much of a choice. However, if they wanted to fight against the Council of Light, which had a population of more than 1 billion, with only 4 million people, it was simply wishful thinking. Therefore, when they received the news of Yang Dingtian's visit from Yang Dingtian's special envoy, they immediately decided to welcome Yang Dingtian with the highest standard of etiquette. Just as the Chamber of Commerce felt that the dust had settled, they suddenly received a letter from Wu Yoming's special envoy, stating that Her Excellency Wu Yoming would also like to pay a visit to Sky Demon City. What's more, Wu Yoming's visit was also on May 25th. The two prospective hidden sect leaders were actually competing at this time. Wu Yoming was so shrewd. Logically speaking, she would definitely not compete with Yang Dingtian over personal feelings. However, Yang Dingtian's letter had indeed infuriated her completely. However, the rulers of Sky Demon City were having a headache because they did not know who they should receive. These two people were not good to offend either of them. Speaking of which, Yang Dingtian had already competed with Wu Yoming once. It was at the 7 Refined Lane. Ling Wu entered the 7 Refined Lane and became 6th Lady Gongsun. When First Lady Gongsun invited Yang Dingtian to attend, she also invited Wu Yoming. In the end, Yang Dingtian did not attend and wrote a sentence. "You're on your own." However, Wu Yoming attended and sat on the most honorable seat. First Lady Gongsun addressed her as sect leader. As for Yang Dingtian's sentence, it was hung on display in the main hall. Gongsun had slapped Yang Dingtian's face. After competing at the 7 Refined Lane, Wu Yoming chose to compete with Yang Dingtian in Sky Demon City. On the morning of May 25th, Yang Dingtian and the Devil Eagle Guards were punctually at the plaza at the south gate of Sky Demon City. Speaking of which, Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce had also racked their brains. They had mobilized 3,000 Cloud Eagle Guards to receive Yang Dingtian in the air. On the plaza at the south gate of Sky Demon City, almost all the prominent figures of the Chamber of Commerce had turned out in full force. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here since dawn to receive Yang Dingtian. Moreover, all the members of the Chamber of Commerce had also turned out in full force, from the head of the Chamber of Commerce to all the members. When Yang Dingtian landed, everyone immediately bowed to greet him. Sky Demon City Chamber of Commerce and all the honorary residents of Sky Demon City welcome Sire Yang Dingtian. The head of the Chamber of Commerce was a short and fat middle-aged man who was covered in oil. He had a mighty mustache and a pair of fawning and shrewd eyes. His face was as white and bright as a bun that had just come out of the steamer. This was the head of the Chamber of Commerce, Salambas. Of course, if anyone thought that they would be deceived by his fawning attitude, that would be too stupid. This person was definitely not easy to deal with. Otherwise, he would not have been able to rule Sky Demon City for 30 years. Hello, Sire President. Yang Dingtian extended his hand. Salambas was slightly stunned. Then, he instinctively extended his hand and shook Yang Dingtian's hand. In this world, there was no such thing as a handshake. Yang Dingtian had extended his hand very suddenly. As a result, the other party instinctively grasped the most accurate etiquette. Sire Yang Dingtian is our Sky Demon City's most distinguished guest. Before entering the city, may we have the honor of being lectured by Sire? Salambas said respectfully. Yang Dingtian nodded. Immediately, Salambas led Yang Dingtian to the podium that had been set up long ago. Although it was temporarily built, the entire podium was resplendent and magnificent. Yang Dingtian walked up step by step. Looking at the tens of thousands of people present, he slowly said, Some people say that Sky Demon City is the most prosperous city in the world. I am absolutely certain of this. After those words were spoken, everyone present immediately felt proud of him. However, some people also say that Sky Demon City is the most evil city in the world, the dirtiest city. When these words came out, everyone's expression changed. A shelter, a safe haven, is necessary. However, it still needs order. Therefore, I hope that the Chamber of Commerce can establish this order and make Sky Demon City more prosperous, but also reduce the evil and filth. Yang Dingtian's speech was over. His words were not very polite, but Salambas, the Chamber of Commerce's master, completely accepted it and said loudly, Sire Yang Dingtian's instructions are deafening and will be the guiding light for the next stage of our Chamber of Commerce's work. We will follow Sire Yang Dingtian's spirit and do our best to build Sky Demon City into a free, prosperous, clean, and beautiful city. Then, he even more respectfully invited Yang Dingtian to board a carriage made entirely of gold and precious stones and entered Sky Demon City. Almost at the same time, Wu Yuming also entered Sky Demon City with his wife. However, he landed at the East Gate. Here, the atmosphere was equally magnificent and the scene was huge. The one who came to welcome Wu Yuming was Sky Demon City's city lord, Soamoro. There were also all the Demon City's generals and high-level martial artists, a total of thousands of people. It was really difficult for Sky Demon City. Neither Yang Dingtian nor Wu Yuming dared to be negligent. They directly sent out 2 teams, one civil and one military, to receive them with the highest etiquette. Of course, Wu Yuming was still very unhappy. Because everyone knew that the Demon City's city lord was only the master on the surface. The real master was only the Chamber of Commerce. On the surface, no one in Sky Demon City was negligent, but in reality, they had already made their choice. It was just that they had chosen Yang Dingtian and not Wu Yuming. Even so, Wu Yuming still had a smile on his face and gave a passionate speech. Unlike Yang Dingtian's half-reprimand, Wu Yuming greatly praised Sky Demon City's freedom and prosperity. In his words, he greatly affirmed Sky Demon City's role and hoped that Sky Demon City's role would continue to be carried forward. After entering the city, Sky Demon City had organized 2 grand and luxurious banquets to entertain Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming. Then, the Council of Light officially held a meeting with Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce. The main purpose of Yang Dingtian's visit this time was, of course, the second half of the fourth stage of the pig slaying swordsmanship. However, there was another equally important purpose, and that was to suppress Wu Yuming. Of course, he would not participate in the meeting. The leaders of the meeting were Qin Wanzhou and Song Lihua. In the meeting, Qin Wanzhou could give Sky Demon City the most important things. First, to acknowledge the authority of devil coins. Second, to be willing to acknowledge the current situation of Sky Demon City. These 2 points were especially important. Currently, everyone knew. Gold coins and purple crystal coins were only the second and third class currencies in the chaotic world. The real first class currency was devil coins. This devil coin was issued by Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce. It could be used to trade, buy all kinds of expensive treasures, by armies, by martial arts experts, and even by territories. In other words, the small Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce already had the feeling of the Federal Reserve on Earth. As the world's currency, the US dollar had 2 major supports. The first support was the petrodollar settlement system. The second support was the United States Navy, land, and air forces. And the support of devil coins was basically 3. First, to connect the Tiando League and evil ways. Second, to have astronomical treasures and resources. Third, to Sky Demon City's mysterious military force. This military force came from the evil ways and Tiando League's traitors, exiles, fugitives, and refugees. But currently, part of Sky Demon City's lifeline was already in the hands of Yang Dingtian. Because Yang Dingtian had already cleansed the entire chaotic land and surrounded Sky Demon City. As long as Yang Dingtian was willing, he could completely seal off Sky Demon City and not let any food or materials enter the city. Then, no matter how much wealth and treasures Sky Demon City had, it would be useless because it could not produce food. Now, the Council of Light had become Sky Demon City's largest food supplier, and it was the only supplier. Previously, almost the entire world supplied food to Sky Demon City. But now, the chaotic land had become the territory of the Council of Light. The other forces' food could not be transported to Sky Demon City. Because of this, Sky Demon City chose to let the Chamber of Commerce receive Yang Dingtian, and let the City Lord and all the armed forces receive Wu Yuming. Lord Sharonbath, our Council of Light is willing to continue supplying Sky Demon City with food and materials. We are also willing to acknowledge the authority of demon coins and are willing to maintain Sky Demon City's current state. But we have 2 conditions, Qin Wanzhou said. Please speak, Sharonbath said. First, the Tiando League only has 1 leader, and that is Lord Yang Dingtian. Anyone else is a schemer and a usurper. You let the City Lord receive Wu Yuming, and we are very dissatisfied. So, I want you to change the way you address Yang Dingtian. Don't call him Lord Yang Dingtian, but Yang Dingtian, Sect Master Yang Dingtian. Also, Sky Demon City is not allowed to have any substantial contact or cooperation with Wu Yuming. Sharonbath's face twitched, and then he said, City Lord Qin, please speak of the second condition. The second condition is that Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce must make Sky Demon City's armed forces and martial artists transparent. We need a list of names. We need to know how many great masters and martial saints are in Sky Demon City. For these people, their stars, ranks, and the attributes of their profound veins must all be marked. Their real names and origins must also be clearly written down. Of course, we respect Sky Demon City's freedom. Once our wanted criminals enter Sky Demon City, we will not directly enter to capture them. Instead, we will use the power of the Chamber of Commerce. Sharonbath's expression changed when he heard the second condition. These 2 conditions are more demanding than the other. Currently, he is not willing to agree to any of them. Although Sky Demon City's lifeline is in Yang Dingtian's hands and they have chosen to side with Yang Dingtian, they are not willing to offend Netherworld Sea and Vulture Palace. Sharonbath said with a flattering expression, May I ask City Lord Qin, what will happen if we don't agree? Not even a grain or an inch of cloth can be transported into Sky Demon City. The entire Sky Demon City will be completely sealed and demon coins will become a pile of trash. Qin Wancho said. Sharon Bath's face is still full of smile. The fat on his face twitched as he said, "Could it be that you are not afraid that I will cooperate with Wu Yuming?" Qin Wancho said. "If that is the case, we have no other choice. Our Devil Eagle Legion, Devil Dragon Legion, tens of thousands of cannons, millions of artillery shells and millions of troops will raze Sky Demon City to the ground. Of course, I know that your Demon City has a very, very powerful and mysterious martial power. But I believe that you can't go against the entire Radiant Parliament, the nearly 10 great Grandmasters, nearly 100 great Grandmasters, and thousands of revered martial artists." Sharon Bath said, "Don't forget, there is also Willingzi and Wu Yu, 2 half-sages. Will those 2 take action?" Qin Wancho asked. Sharon Bath's face twitched. "In fact, if Sky Demon City has the least dealings with 2 forces, it is without a doubt Vulture Palace and Netherworld Sea. One of them is reclusive and doesn't have any dealings with anyone. The other is greedy and wants to keep all the treasures in their bosom. And now, the Council of Light is Sky Demon City's biggest customer and also its biggest supplier. Now, 80% of Sky Demon City's transactions are with Yang Dingtian's forces. Which one is more important, it is clear. But negotiations. They are always shouting prices in the sky and sitting on the ground. Who knows how long it will take to negotiate back and forth? In fact, both sides have something that they didn't say, but they are waiting for the other side to say it. That is the Pig Slaying Sword Technique's secret manual, 4th stage, 5th stage and even 6th stage. The place with the most treasures in the world is Sky Demon City. If there is anyone in the world who knows the clues of Pig Slaying Sword Technique, it must be Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce. And Sharon Bath in front of him is the head of the Chamber of Commerce, at least on the surface. Now Sharon Bath hopes that Qin Wancho will take the initiative to ask for help. And Qin Wancho hopes that Sharon Bath will take the initiative to ask for help. Just like this, they talked back and forth for a few hours without any results. Then, the negotiations were interrupted by a matter. Yang Dingtian proposed to visit Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce. And almost at the same time, Wu Yuming, who is inspecting the homeless camp, also formally proposed to visit Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce. Both of their goals were very simple. Yang Dingtian wants the pig-slaying sword technique, and Wu Yuming wants to stop him. And Qin Wancho directly said that between Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming, only one can enter Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce today. If Yang Dingtian is allowed to enter, then Wu Yuming must be rejected. If Wu Yuming is allowed to enter, then Yang Dingtian must leave immediately and go to Sky Demon City. Immediately, Sharon Bath and Samoros fell into an extreme dilemma. In the morning, during the welcoming ceremony, they can still sit on the fence. At night, Yang Dingtian completely cut off their leeway and forced them to make a choice. Sharon Bath painfully said to Qin Wancho, "City Lord Qin, please wait a moment. We need to discuss this internally." Then, City Lord Samoros temporarily bid farewell to Wu Yuming and entered the City Lord's mansion for a meeting. There are 19 people in the Chamber of Commerce and 6 martial artists, a total of 25 people. They are the highest authorities of Sky Demon City. After 4 hours of difficult discussion, the result was out. Sky Demon City's Chamber of Commerce invited Yang Dingtian to inspect. Sky Demon City's Women's Self-Help Association invited Wu Yuming to inspect. Sky Demon City finally made a choice. They chose Yang Dingtian and rejected Wu Yuming. When City Lord Samoros formally invited Wu Yuming and his wife on behalf of the Women's Self-Help Association for an inspection, even the shrewd Wu Yuming's expression changed completely. Intolerable bullying, intolerable bullying. This morning, it could be said that she was sitting on the fence. Tonight, it was a direct slap in the face. How dare you do this? How dare you do this? Your Sky Demon City actually dared to slap Wu Yuming's face. You actually dared to slap my Netherworld Sea and Vulture Palace's face. Wu Yuming almost couldn't help but flick her sleeves and leave. But she was extremely shrewd and forcefully endured it. Then, accompanied by City Lord Samoros, she smilingly went to inspect the Women's Self-Help Association. The Women's Self-Help Association was a charity organization organized by the Chamber of Commerce. Every year, countless women from all over the world were abducted and sold to Sky Demon City. Human trafficking was too ugly, so the Demon City Chamber of Commerce had to create a cover and set up the Women's Self-Help Association. The main purpose was to take in the abducted women and do weaving and other work in exchange for remuneration. However, this organization was just an empty shell. Where could they find so many women in such a short period of time? Most of the women who were abducted to Sky Demon City were either female slaves or prostitutes. At that time, Samoros had no choice but to clear out 5 brothels and gather 300 women to enter the Women's Self-Help Association to do weaving work. In the end, when Wu Yuming entered the Women's Self-Help Association in high spirits, she was instantly thrown back by a few hundred coquettish glances. How would these women know how to weave? All of them were sitting in front of the textile machine and flirting. Brothel girls love money and girls love pretty girls. Seeing a handsome man like Wu Yuming, these women were instantly overjoyed and infatuated. How would they still remember their mission today? All of them swayed their hips and said coquettishly, "Yo, sweetheart, I have never seen such a handsome man. Come, let this sister dote on you. This young master. Come, try this sister's ability. I guarantee that you will be unforgettable." Wu Yuming instantly exploded in anger. Such a great humiliation, such a great humiliation. Finally, Wu Yuming lost all her elegance and flung her sleeves and walked out. Of course, no one knew. That night, the woman who wanted to seduce Wu Yuming had her tongue cut off, lips cut off, eyes dug out and thrown into a group of beggars to be tortured to death. However, it was not done by Wu Yuming but by Vulture. Yang Dingtian entered Sky Demon City's merchant palace to search for the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The person who received Yang Dingtian was a stunning beauty. She was the second wife of the merchant guild's master, Salambas. She was so stunning that it was comparable to an enchanting woman. Her face was gorgeous, especially her pair of big watery eyes. They were like hooks that could steal a man's soul with just one look. Chapter 609. While visiting the Shang Palace in the Demon City, Yang Dingtian wondered if the woman in front of him was really Salambas' second wife. This was because this woman named Kang Bao had only been throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Dingtian at first. Later on, she had intentionally or unintentionally rubbed her body against his arm. Later on, when she was serving tea, she had intentionally or unintentionally lowered her delicate body. In the inner warehouse, when she was showing Yang Dingtian the treasures, she had taken the opportunity to open a drawer to bend down, making the curves of her body appear particularly soul-stirring. It was fine if Salomas used a honey trap on Yang Dingtian, but he was even willing to offer his own wife. Wasn't this too ridiculous and absurd? If it had been in the past, Yang Dingtian would not have fallen for the trap, but he would definitely have taken advantage of the situation to feast his eyes. But now, Yang Dingtian could only sit upright and still, not knowing where to put his eyes. First of all of his wives were stunning beauties. Whether it was in terms of figure, appearance, or temperament, they were not inferior to this stunner in front of him. Secondly, with his current status, even a little bit of ugliness would be a disgrace. Wow, it's too enclosed in here. It's really hot. I'll go change my clothes. The second wife walked into the inner room. When she came out again, the woman was even more stunning. The fabric of her skirt was even thinner. Yang Dingtian finally could not help but ask, "All right, madam, may I ask if there is a secret manual of the pig-slaying swordsmanship in the Shang Palace? I'm willing to buy it at a high price." The second wife immediately revealed a smug look. She looked at Yang Dingtian with a teasing gaze. "Boy, even if your heart is as iron, you still have to drink the water that I wash my feet with." After hearing Yang Dingtian's question, the second wife immediately said coquettishly, "Sect Master, if you want the pig-slaying swordsmanship, why didn't you say so earlier?" "Why? Do you have it?" Yang Dingtian asked. "No. the second wife said. Yang Dingtian stood up and said, "If you don't, then I'll take my leave." "Sect master, what's the hurry?" The second madam leaned over and sat on Yang Dingtian's lap. She said in a tender voice, "You're too realistic to leave as soon as you say you don't have anything." Yang Dingtian said helplessly, "Madam, can you get up and talk? This is the greatest disrespect to your husband. But I can't help it when I see such a heroic figure like sect leader. What should I do?" Second Madam Kong Bauer said in a tender voice, "Why don't we pick another quiet and comfortable place, and I'll tell you everything in detail." Yang Dingtian frowned. "All right, let's talk here." Second Madam Kong Bauer said, "We don't have the pig-slaying swordsmanship now, but that doesn't mean we won't have it in the future. What you want is the second half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "How about this? Within 3 months, we'll send the secret manual to Cloud Sky City. What do you think?" Kong Bauer asked. "Are you confident?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I'm 80 to 90% confident." Kong Bauer stretched out her delicate hand and carefully looked at her delicate fingernails. "What's the price?" Yang Dingtian asked. "We don't talk about money when dealing with sect leader," Kong Bauer said. "Then what do you want?" Yang Dingtian asked. Kong Bauer said, "We don't want anything. Within 3 months, we'll send the second half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship to your home. Of course, the 2 conditions that City Lord Qin Wancho gave us during the day really put us in a difficult position. Qin Wancho gave them 2 conditions. The first condition was to acknowledge Yang Dingtian as the only sect leader of the hidden sect and refuse to acknowledge Wu Yuming. The second condition was to publicize Sky Demon City's martial grandmasters, masters, and revered martial artists. Salambas was really shameless. In order to achieve his goal, he didn't hesitate to use his wife to use a honey trap. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask himself, "Am I that lecherous? Why did Salambas think that his honey trap would be effective?" Now, Kong Bao had already given the conditions. She wanted to use the second half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship in exchange for Sky Demon City not agreeing to these 2 conditions. In other words, they had to continue to sit on the fence between Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming. And they weren't willing to publicize their martial strength. "Impossible," Yang Dingtian said directly. Kong Bauer said in a sweet voice, "Sect leader, although your Council of Light is incomparably powerful, you can't compare and search for treasures and treasures. However, in terms of searching for treasures and secret manuals, they are not as good as us, the Shan Palace of the Devil City. Our claws and teeth are spread across every inch of the world. We can smell the treasures wherever they are. Therefore, other than our merchant palace, no one can get the pig-slaying swordsmanship." Yang Dingtian said seriously, "Madam, the pig-slaying swordsmanship is my private matter. And the 2 conditions that I'm negotiating with Sky Demon City are official matters. I definitely won't mix up public and private matters. There's absolutely no room for discussion on this." After saying that, Yang Dingtian got up and left. Demon City's merchant palace had arranged for Yang Dingtian to stay in the most luxurious manner. Salambas's attitude is humble, but his mouth is stubborn. There's no room for compromise on these 2 conditions. Qin Wancho said, "Sect Master, how's your harvest?" Demon City's merchant palace might not have the second half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, but they're confident of getting it, Yang Dingtian said. "In other words, they have an absolute clue." "Oh right, that middle-aged man who auctioned the first half of the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Have you found any clues?" Qin Wancho said. "We have a total of more than 300 people. Half a year ago, we hid in Sky Demon City. But we didn't get any information about this person. It's as if this person appeared out of thin air." Song Lihua said. "According to his portrait, we've checked all the forces in the entire chaotic world, but we didn't find any clues about this person. In short, this person is very mysterious, as if he doesn't exist in this world." Following that, The negotiations between the Council of Light and Sky Demon City reached a dead end. Even if Qin Wancho threatened him with war, that oily Salambas didn't relent at all. And Wu Yuming, after inspecting the so-called Women's Self-Help Club, left in a huff. In the end, the negotiations were announced as a failure. Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light officially left Sky Demon City. After returning to the Central Continent, the Council of Light immediately began to impose sanctions on Sky Demon City. An army of 500,000 directly approached Sky Demon City, completing the encirclement. Then, they immediately imposed a food blockade on Sky Demon City, not allowing a single grain to enter Sky Demon City. After this stance was taken, Sky Demon City, which was centered around commerce, immediately fell into a panic. More than half a month later, Salambas' second wife, Kong Bao, appeared in front of Yang Dingtian once again. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, don't you think you're too overbearing? When others don't agree to your demands, you immediately use your power to bully them. Kong Bao said coquettishly. Yang Dingtian said, your existence is illegal to begin with. It goes against the interests of the Tiando League. Kong Bao said, how about this? We each take half a step back. We're willing to publicly acknowledge you as the master of the hidden sect, but the second condition is that we can't publicize our martial strength. If that's the case, we'll lose the foundation of our survival. But in exchange, we're willing to reveal clues about the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Tell me, Yang Dingtian said. The second half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship is in the Dongli grassland. Kong Bao said. Yang Dingtian's pupils constricted and said, why do you say that? Do you still remember that mysterious middle-aged man who came to auction the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Kong Bao asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. In fact, we noticed his existence even more than you did. Kong Bao said, this person is really too mysterious. It's as if he suddenly jumped out of a rock. And you might not believe it, but he didn't disguise himself. If he did, we would definitely be able to see through it. And then? Yang Dingtian said. When he came to auction the first half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, you were just rising up. Although we were already paying attention to you, we didn't really care. Kong Bao said. But later, after you defeated Qin Chichi and completely rose up in the primal chaos continent, our Devil City's merchant hall began to pay attention to you. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, continue. Kong Bao said, once we started paying attention to you, we knew that the middle-aged man came to auction the first half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship for only one purpose, and that was you. Yang Dingtian nodded. That mysterious middle-aged man appeared with the pig-slaying swordsmanship for only one purpose, and that was Yang Dingtian. Kong Bao said, because of your rise, we felt that the second half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship would definitely be a rare commodity worth hoarding. Thus, we frantically searched for the whereabouts of that mysterious middle-aged man. You know, Sky Demon City is ours. We have countless eyes watching everyone who enters Sky Demon City. Take you for example, although you deliberately didn't bid for the pig-slaying swordsmanship when you participated in the auction, and even disguised yourself, we still found out your true identity. Yang Dingtian nodded, indicating that he didn't find it strange. Let's talk about something else. Earlier, when you and Miss Dong Fong Bingling entered Sky Demon City, we were also the first to know. Moreover, we made a deal with Ning Wuming, so Ning Wuming hunted you down. Kong Bao said, I believe you won't blame us for this. Continue. Yang Dingtian had already said that he would absolutely not allow a sinful place like Sky Demon City to exist, but now was not the time to make a move. But the strange thing is, we don't have any information about this middle-aged man. Kong Bao said. He seemed to have suddenly appeared in Sky Demon City. We don't have any information about him entering the city, nor any information about his accommodation, nor even any information about his rental car. Maybe he flew into Sky Demon City and didn't stay in a hotel, but just spent the night in a random corner. Yang Dingtian said. As long as he is a person, as long as he is in Sky Demon City, no matter where he is, we will eventually find him. Kong Bao said firmly. When you completely rose, we used all our strength to search for traces of that mysterious middle-aged man's existence in Sky Demon City. The more we investigated, the more shocked we were. This person is really too mysterious. Not only mysterious, but also very strange, Yang Dingtian said. Logically speaking, he auctioned the pig-slaying swordsmanship for me. Then, now that I am the master of the Council of Light, he should have appeared, but he didn't. The reason is very simple, he has been killed, Kong Bao said. Killed? Yang Dingtian said in shock. Yes, he has been killed, Kong Bao said. We used all our strength to search every inch of his traces in Sky Demon City, and finally found his residence. We finally understood why there was no information about him. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, do you know why? Yang Dingtian shook his head. Because he lived in a cave in the underbrush, a cave half a foot wide and 5 feet long, Kong Bao said. When we found that place, we only saw a pool of blood and a few scales. We took the scales, and then began to use the most brilliant evil art masters to analyze every step he took in Sky Demon City's merchant hall, every corner he touched. Finally, we obtained a piece of information. That mysterious middle-aged man's energy aura was exactly the same as the energy aura on these scales, and the aura of the blood in the cave was exactly the same. Therefore, we came to a conclusion. That mysterious middle-aged man is not a person, Yang Dingtian said. That's right, Kong Bao said. He came from the Dongli Prairie, from the most mysterious and powerful Naga tribe. Naga tribe? Yang Dingtian asked doubtfully. Why did the Naga tribe come to me? That I don't know, Kong Bao said. Then why are you so sure that the Naga tribe still has the second half of the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Yang Dingtian asked. Because that mysterious middle-aged man did not leave immediately after auctioning the first half, Kong Bao said. Our guess is that he deliberately let the first half of the 4th rank fall into your hands, and after you learn it, you won't be able to stop even if you want to. The second half of the 4th rank is the content of the transaction between the Naga tribe and you. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and agreed with this judgment. It was very reasonable. The Naga tribe sent an envoy to auction the first half of the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship to let Yang Dingtian have a taste of their power. Then, they would be determined to get the second half. Therefore, the Naga tribe proposed the transaction, and at that time, they could ask for a huge price. But why didn't the Naga tribe come to him directly, but instead entrusted the Devil City's merchant palace to auction it? This was yet another mystery. Of course, maybe that mysterious middle-aged man already knew that Yang Dingtian would be going to the Devil City's merchant palace to participate in the auction, so he used this method to pass the first half of the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship to Yang Dingtian. Who knew that Yang Dingtian did not participate in the auction, allowing Kuei Si to buy the secret manual? Then, who killed the Naga tribe middle-aged man? This was another mystery. However, the reason for killing the Naga tribe middle-aged man was definitely because of Yang Dingtian. Then, Kong Bao handed over the scales and blood of the mysterious Naga tribe middle-aged man. Now, can you lift the seal on Sky Devil City? Kong Bao asked. Not yet, I still need to verify the authenticity of your words, Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian called his master, Dong Feng Minmi, and Qin Wancho, and repeated Kong Bao's words. Then, he took out the scales and blood. Dong Feng Minmi took the scales and sniffed them, saying, Yes, this is the scales of the Naga tribe. Yang Dingtian asked. Master, how much do you know about the Naga tribe? The Naga tribe is the true overlord of the Dongli grassland, Dongfang Minmi said. The half-human tribe of the Dongli grassland has been fighting for thousands of years, and hundreds of millions of people have died. However, no one dared to invade the Naga tribe's territory. Even the entire half-human tribe did not dare to take half a step into the Naga tribe's territory. More than 10 years ago, I was already a martial grandmaster. When I was traveling the world, I wanted to enter the Naga tribe's territory. Did you enter? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know. Dongfang Minmi said. After entering the stone door, it was as if I had entered a ghost wall. I walked for more than a month, and it was endless repetition. In the end, I fainted. When I woke up again, I was already thousands of miles away. Yang Dingtian was surprised. At that time, Dongfang Minmi was already a martial grandmaster, but he could not enter the Naga tribe's territory. It could be seen how powerful and mysterious the Naga tribe was. Qin Wanchou said. For thousands of years, everyone knows where the Naga tribe's territory is, but no one can enter. Everyone also knows that the Naga tribe's Queen Poisa is the world's #1 beauty, the Dongli grassland's #1 expert, but no one has ever seen her. The Dongli grassland's #1 expert? How strong is that? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know. Anyway, the legend of Queen Poisa has been around for hundreds of years, Qin Wanchou said. Yang Dingtian suddenly said in surprise. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the pig-slaying swordsmanship's 4th stage, second half, is in Queen Poisa's hands? Then why is she looking for me? Everyone shook their heads. Dongfang Minmi hesitated for a moment, then said to Yang Dingtian, Little Tian, regarding Queen Poisa, you might as well ask Yao Rao. She has lived for thousands of years, so she might know more than us. 12 hours later, Yang Dingtian appeared in Cloud Sky City. Queen Poisa, Dongli Grassland's #1 expert, #1 beauty? Yao Rao said in surprise. Why are you asking about her? You didn't provoke her, did you? Why? Is she very powerful? Yang Dingtian asked. Am I powerful? When I was a demon fox? Yao Rao asked. Nonsense, of course you're powerful. A few great masters, dozens of great masters couldn't do anything to you. Of course you're powerful, Yang Dingtian said. After you go berserk, you're even more powerful than the demonized Zhu Qin Zhu. But when I entered the Naga tribe's territory, I was chased by that female snake for tens of thousands of li. Yao Rao said. That was about 100 years ago. Later, I swore that I would never step into Dongli grassland for the rest of my life. Only then did she let me go. So powerful? Yang Dingtian said in astonishment. Of course, Yao Rao said. I'm already more than 1,000 years old. She might be even older than me. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel numb. Why would such a powerful person look for him? Then why did she send someone to look for me? Yang Dingtian asked. Look for you? Yao Rao said. Impossible. In her eyes, you're not even comparable to an ant. Yang Dingtian pinched her little mouth. Yao Rao's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and said, Heavens, I know. She knows that you've successfully made me pregnant. She wouldn't be looking for you to have a baby, right? Yang Dingtian was thoroughly shocked. Chapter 610. When Yang Dingtian heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. That doesn't make sense. This Queen Poisa has been in this world for thousands of years. If she wanted to borrow it, she would have borrowed it a long time ago. Yang Dingtian said. I have also been in this world for thousands of years. Why did I only borrow it a year ago? Yao Rao said. Yang Dingtian's face suddenly turned pale. Could it be that he really had to sell himself for the pig-slaying swordsmanship? That, Yao Rao suddenly giggled and said. Don't pretend to be a hypocrite. Queen Poisa is more beautiful than me. If she really wanted to borrow it from you, it would be too cheap for you. Yang Dingtian still hadn't decided whether to go to Dongli grassland or not. Generally speaking, going to Dongli grassland was still very dangerous, because the evil ways were very powerful there. Previously, Yang Dingtian had met a traitor of Black Sky sect and became the lackey of the evil ways of Dongli grassland. Even Qin Chichi had gone to Dongli grassland to ask for help. However, if the destination was only the Naga tribe, then he wouldn't have to deal with the evil ways of Dongli grassland. However, the most dangerous thing was still the Naga tribe itself. It was still that mysterious and powerful Queen Poisa. Therefore, before the decision was made, Yang Dingtian still returned to the central continent. Then, the Council of Light slightly lifted the blockade on Sky Demon City. However, they still put a lot of pressure on them, forcing them to publicly deny Wu Yuming. Of course, this was another long wrangling negotiation. Yang Dingtian asked his master Dongfang Mimi a question. Did Poisa kill people? Was it dangerous? Dongfang Mimi said that Poisa didn't kill people. However, she was extremely dangerous. So much so that for hundreds of years, Queen Poisa was already known as the most mysterious and most dangerous expert. Yang Dingtian was still working. As his personal secretary, Yun Zhenhu was reporting the progress of the Central Continent's reorganization. The honeymoon period between the Council of Light and the forces of Zhongzhou State has gradually passed. That's because our reorganization has entered the true depths of the water, and has already begun to touch upon the key interests of the leaders of these forces. Therefore, most of the forces in Central Continent are becoming more and more resistant to our reorganization, Yun Zhenhu said. Has anyone publicly announced their intention to withdraw from the Council of Light? Yang Dingtian asked. That's not true, Yun Zhenhu said. But the secret collaboration has already begun. Moreover, there is already a rumor going around, saying that you didn't reorganize Zhongzhou State to prepare for the evil path or the battle of doomsday. Instead, it's for your personal dictatorship. And when the reorganization reaches a certain level, you'll strip the power of the leaders of these forces and think of a way to kill them all. Finally, you will rule the world. The entire chaos world will become your empire. Without a doubt, this rumor was spread by Wu Yuming. As for the so-called ruling of the world, a single man's empire. This was the content of Yang Dingtian's conversation with Qin Wanzhou back then. Now, it had become evidence to slander Yang Dingtian. What else? Yang Dingtian asked. As the reorganization deepens, the Central Continent's forces and Wu Yoming's forces are getting closer and closer to one another. Yun Zhenhu said. Therefore, the reorganization work is now in a dilemma. If we act too harshly, we will push all the Central Continent's forces to Wu Yoming's side. If we act too gently, we won't be able to achieve the goal of the reorganization, and won't be able to achieve the goal of preparing for evil ways. Regarding this difficulty, Yang Dingtian had already made sufficient mental preparations. The reorganization of Central Continent would definitely be extremely difficult, because it involved the interests of too many people. Moreover, with Wu Yuming stirring up trouble, the reorganization work would undoubtedly become even more difficult. Currently, they could neither attack nor condone the Central Continent's forces. How about this? Next, we will be tight on the outside and loose on the inside. As for the reorganization of key interests, such as the division of defense zones, gathering of power, forming the Council of Light Army, etc., we will be tight on the outside, but in reality, we will temporarily relax. We will shift our focus to the construction of the Central Continent's navy, and also gather the Central Continent's resources to build new torpedoes, artillery, cannons, warships, etc. Yang Dingtian said. In short, we will use the Central Continent's resources to supply the West Continent to build warships, weapons, and build a new elite army. As for the reorganization of Central Continent, we will try our best to use verbal pressure on key interests in exchange for the other party's compromise. Yes, Yun Zhenhu said. This is the same as City Master Qin and sect leader Dongfang's opinions. Right, what should we do with the 7 refined lane? What about the 7 refined lane? Yang Dingtian asked. Yun Zhenhu said. You also know that the women of the 7 refined lane are admired by the world. They travel the world and have a huge influence on public opinion, especially when it comes to young martial artists. Now that they have started to promote Wu Yuming, we will be at a disadvantage in public opinion. Yang Dingtian asked. Have they gone overboard? Yun Zhenhu said. They have already openly mocked you during the performance. They have even started to spread rumors about you in private. They have tarnished and slandered your moral character and cultivation. Yang Dingtian frowned. The 7 refined lane had always been on the opposite side of him. He was clear about this. Now, 3rd Lady Gong's son was Wu Yoming's concubine and 6th Lady Gong's son was Wu Yoming's confidant. This Wu Yuming was practically the son-in-law of the 7 refined lane. They would definitely be more biased towards her. City Master Qin, what are their opinions? Yang Dingtian asked. Bribe, divide, and assassinate. Yun Zhena said. Sect leader Dongfang's opinion is to kill only First Lady Gongsun. City Master Qin and Guild leader Song Zhao's opinion is to kill the entire 7 refined lane. Yang Dingtian's teeth turned cold. In Yang Dingtian's impression, his master had always been kind and gentle. However, when it came to critical moments, he would not show any mercy and would directly use killing methods. As for Qin Wanzhou and Song Xiao, they were even more vicious and wanted to kill the entire 7 refined lane. As for how to kill the 7 refined lane, City Master Qin and Guild leader Song have different opinions. Yun Zhena said. City Master Qin's opinion is to use the evil ways to kill them all. As for Guild leader Song Zhao's opinion, he wants you to directly issue a kill order and openly slaughter the entire 7 refined lane. Following that, Yun Zhena took out a few documents and said, in fact, Sect leader Dongfang, City Master Qin, Guild leader Song, and Pavilion leader Duan have all submitted relevant reports regarding the punishment of the 7 refined lane. Did the 7 refined lane really cause such a huge impact? Yang Dingtian asked. It's true. If you don't believe me, you can disguise yourself and take a stroll on the streets. Your reputation is getting worse by the day, while Wu Yoming's reputation is getting better by the day. Yun Zhena said. All right then. Go and make some preparations and disguise yourself. We will go out and take a look. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Yun Zhena replied and walked out leisurely. Yun Zhena's walk was very charming and beautiful. Just like Duge Fengwu, her upper body didn't move, and her legs didn't even move from side to side. It was as though she was completely relying on the strength of her waist. Therefore, when she walked, the curve of her back was especially charming. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian seemed to have thought of something as he stared at Yun Zhena's slim waist. Yun Zhena was very sensitive and immediately felt as though her back was being pricked. She turned around and instantly saw Yang Dingtian's piercing gaze. Yun Zhena's face turned red as she said, Sect Patriarch, your gaze is making me suspect if you want to marry me and not be your so-called secretary. Yang Dingtian's face turned red as he laughed embarrassedly. Why? Did I make you think of Duge Fengwu again? Yun Zhena said. If that's the case, I don't mind letting you relieve your yearning. No, I am not that infatuated. Yang Dingtian said. It's just that I thought of something and suddenly had a ridiculous thought. What thought? Yun Zhena asked. It's not easy to say. Yang Dingtian said. Come over. Yun Zhena walked over. Yang Dingtian came behind Yun Zhena and placed his hands on her slim waist. Her waist was very slender, but it was compact and filled with elasticity. Hey, Sect Patriarch, if you are going to do this, I am really going to suspect if you are going to take in another concubine. Yun Zhena said. I am pressing down on your waist. Try walking again. Yang Dingtian said. Yun Zhena walked forward and realized that it was very unnatural. She was almost unable to walk as though the strength in her legs had been locked. Yang Dingtian let go of Yun Zhena and said, I finally know why you and Duge Fengwu have the same walking posture. It is because the two of you are using your waist to walk, and it is different from the others. Yun Zhena said. That's right. I really didn't notice it. After hearing what you said, I also felt it. But so what? Is there a need for you to be so curious and specially study it? Yang Dingtian said. Think about it. What kind of thing uses the strength of the waist to walk? Yun Zhena was astonished. What kind of thing uses the waist to walk? It was like a snake. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian and Yun Zhena disguised themselves and walked on the streets. They started to interact with the people in close proximity. It was fine when they came out, but Yang Dingtian's lungs were about to explode from anger. No wonder Dongfang Minmi, Qin Wanzhou, Song Xiao, and Duan Rian all wanted to make a move on the 7 refined lane. This was too despicable and too shameless. The public opinion of the 7 refined lane was too powerful. Right now, Yang Dingtian's reputation wasn't just bad. It was simply terrible. I really didn't expect Yang Dingtian to be such a person. Qin Huayu is so loyal and devoted, but he actually snatched away someone else's wife. What is a wife? Qin Huayu's daughter was also snatched away. She is only 8 years old now. It can't be, right? Then wouldn't Yang Dingtian be worse than a beast? That's not all. Do you know Song Lihua? She was bestowed to Qin Huayu as his wife by Yang Dingtian. This woman is actually Yang Dingtian's woman. Qin Huayu is only her husband on the surface. He is only supporting Yang Dingtian's woman. In the restaurants and brothels, there were such rumors everywhere. When Yang Dingtian heard this, he instantly wanted to draw his sword and chop off the heads of the most despicable people. However, these people were just the most boring people. Killing them wouldn't help. Yang Dingtian left and said, "How can this be? When the women in the 7 refined lane were performing sword dances and playing the zither, they couldn't possibly start spreading rumors." They didn't start spreading rumors, but they started acting on the stage. Yun Zhena said. What kind of show? Yang Dingtian asked. Thunder Blood, Yun Zhena said. Recently it has become popular in the entire Zhong continent. Furthermore, they are planning to perform in the West and East continent, Yang Dingtian said. But the 7 refined lane didn't have such a show before. 6th Lady Gong's son is the main planner of this Thunder Blood. She is also the main lead, Yun Zhena said. Now, she should still be acting. You can go and take a look. Yang Dingtian went to a manor in the 7 refined lane. Inside, there was already a sea of people. Countless people were squeezing in front of the stage to watch the show. This was the Thunder Blood that had become popular in the Zhong continent recently. The plot was about a castle called the Thunderbolt Castle. The castle master was benevolent and dignified. The young lord was benevolent and righteous. In order to better govern the Thunderbolt Castle, the young lord went out to travel the world when he reached adulthood. On the way, the young lord picked up a dying beggar and cured his illness. After saving his life, the young lord took him in as a servant and traveled the world together. This servant was very loyal. Later on, the young lord was prepared to recognize this servant as his sworn brother. Later on, the old castle master suddenly fell seriously ill. He sent a letter to the young lord to return to the castle. The messenger found the place where the young lord was traveling. However, the young lord wasn't there. Hence, he passed the letter to this servant. After this servant saw the letter, he immediately had evil thoughts and poisoned the young lord to death. Then, he started to disguise himself as the young lord and returned to the Thunderbolt Castle. He was prepared to impersonate the old castle master and become the new castle master. However, although the old castle master was dying, he still recognized that this servant was not his son. Hence, this servant strangled the dying old castle master to death and became the new castle master of the Thunderbolt Castle. After becoming the new castle master, this thief was very good at acting. He bought people's hearts everywhere and had a good reputation. Many people were loyal to him, especially the commander of the inner guards. However, one day, the new castle master fancied the wife of the commander of the inner guards and raped her. The commander of the inner guards was in great pain. However, he still chose to endure and be loyal. From then on, the wife and daughter of the commander of the inner guards fell into the devil's claws. Later on, this new castle master fancied the young lady of the Thunderbolt Castle, who was his sister in name. Hence, on a stormy night, he raped the young lady of the Thunderbolt Castle. However, she was still his sister in name. Hence, he couldn't marry her. Hence, he married the young lady of the Thunderbolt Castle to the loyal commander. Hence, in name, the young lady of the Thunderbolt Castle was the commander's wife. However, in reality, she was raped by the new castle master every night. Not only that, this bastard new castle master even extended his evil claws to the old castle master's wife, who was his mother in name. The loyal commander couldn't hold it in anymore and prepared to resist. However, he was no match for the evil thief new castle master. In the end, he died tragically. Just when everyone thought that the evil thief castle master was still at large. Suddenly, the real young master appeared. It turned out that he wasn't poisoned to death. Instead, he was saved by a kind ship girl. Then, the young master traveled the world and became a disciple of a famous teacher. He didn't despise the ship girl's lowly background and married her as his wife. When he achieved great success in his cultivation, the young master brought his wife back to the Thunderbolt Castle and tore the evil thief castle master into pieces. When Yang Dingtian saw this script, his entire body trembled. Good script, good script. That evil servant was Yang Dingtian. That kind and handsome young master was Wu Yuming. That loyal but ignorant commander was Qin Huaiyu. His wife and daughter who were taken and humiliated were Ning Rou and little Ning Ning. And the young lady of the Thunderbolt Castle who was humiliated and married to the commander in name was Song Lihua. And that kind-hearted boatman was Ling Wu. It really wasn't easy. A story that contained all of the content. Yang Dingtian plotted to murder Wu Yuming and usurped the position of hidden sect master. Yang Dingtian took Qin Huaiyu's wife and daughter. Yang Dingtian humiliated Song Lihua and forced her to marry Qin Huaiyu, and so on. The sense of immersion in this drama was too strong. It was no wonder that Yang Dingtian's reputation had plummeted in less than a month. It was extremely smelly. Originally, Yang Dingtian didn't pay much attention to the 7 refined lanes' provocation of him. He really didn't expect that people could be shameless to this extent. First, Madame Gong's son was a woman. The so-called 6th Madame Gong's son, Ling Wu, was also a woman. She obviously knew that this was fake, yet she actually dared to distort the truth and viciously slander and attack Yang Dingtian. 6th Madame Gong's son was currently acting as the young lady of the Thunderbolt Castle. At the climax of the plot, she personally killed her enemy and then shouted sternly, "In lady, your death can't wash away your sins and my humiliation." Then, she abruptly cut her own throat with her sword and died. "No!" The young master suddenly rushed in and cried out sorrowfully. Instantly, this drama ended. The people in the theater had completely gone crazy. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot and were filled with absolute hatred and resentment towards the evil thief Yin Lidi. "Kill him! Kill him!" Nobody knew who started it. Then many people rushed onto the stage and wanted to tear that actor Yin Lidi into pieces. He was so scared that he ran for his life. "Kill Yang Dingtian! Yang Dingtian deserves to die! Yang Dingtian deserves to die!" This was no longer a hidden attack, but a direct attack. Yang Dingtian, Yin Lidi. To think that they came up with this name, Indomitable Spirit. This thunderbolt blood had achieved an unprecedented success. It was like a huge bomb that was thrown into the central continent. First, Madame Gong's son even joked that 6th sister alone was comparable to an army of 100,000. In a specialized pavilion, Ling Wu sat in front of the crystal mirror and removed her makeup. Her body was still trembling slightly. That feeling was very complicated. It was very satisfying, and also faintly uneasy. On the stage, when she killed Yin Lidi, that kind of satisfaction made her tremble all over. It was as if she had really killed Yang Dingtian with her own hands. Right at this moment, a person suddenly walked in. Ling Wu was shocked. She turned her head and immediately saw Yang Dingtian. Immediately, her expression changed and she said with a trembling voice, What are you doing here? You're not welcome here." Yang Dingtian walked in front of her and said, "I've said it long ago. Once a person breaks through his bottom line, there will be no bottom line at all. However, I still didn't expect that a person could be shameless to this extent." Ling Wu's face twitched as she said, "I'm sorry. Only shameless means can be used against shameless people. As long as the result is just, the process isn't important. If I don't go to hell, who will? I don't hit women," Yang Dingtian said indifferently. "However, I can't control my disgust towards you. I'm sorry." Slap! Yang Dingtian slapped Ling Wu's face fiercely, sending her body flying more than 10 meters away. Ling Wu smashed onto the ground fiercely. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She crawled up from the ground painfully. The smile on her face appeared slightly sinister as she said, "Hit me, hit me. If you have the ability, hit me to death. You shameless usurper, schemer, and loner. Even if I die, it will be honorable. No, I won't kill you, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Wouldn't that be letting you off too easily? I'll watch as you're fooled and manipulated. In the end, you'll become neither human nor ghost. I won't kill you, but perhaps someone else will. He might even make you beg for death. Dream on, Ling Wu sneered. Right at this moment, First Madame Gong's son suddenly rushed in. She pulled out her sword at lightning speed and said sternly to Yang Dingtian, Yang Dingtian, you dare to hurt the people of my 7 refined lane? I'll definitely make you regret it for the rest of your life. Get out of here immediately. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, First Madame Gong's son, although I'm still considered tolerant, my breadth of mind isn't that broad. You've trampled on my bottom line. I'll make the 7 refined lane dirtier than the dirtiest brothel. After that, I'll completely erase the 7 refined lane from this world. Chapter 611. Sir Yang Dingtian, please understand that it is our freedom to act however we want. Even if you have no right to interfere, not to mention that you are not the leader of the hidden sect. First Madame Gong's son said. As for erasing the 7 refined lane, you think too highly of yourself and underestimate us. The 7 refined lane has never been afraid of anyone in the past few hundred years. Her words were half true and half false. But in the end, the 7 refined lane had never been afraid of anyone because their network was extremely wide. Almost all the young martial artists in the world were their admirers and worshippers. Yang Dingtian said. Then, do you have the freedom to attack others and distort the truth? First Madame Gong's son said. Our show did not distort the truth or slander anyone. You think too much. If you insist on an explanation, then I can only say that this show is purely fictional. If there are similarities, it is purely a coincidence. But please do not feel guilty. Understood? Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Originally, I was still conflicted. Since you have no bottom line, then it will be easier for me to do things. Then we will wait for your methods. Please leave, First Madame Gong's son said. Yang Dingtian left. All the important members of the Council of Light were in the small meeting room of the Central Capital Palace. There is only one topic today, and that is how to deal with the public opinion attacks from the 7 refined lane, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wanchou said. Pavilion Master, how do you control this? Do you want them to stop slandering you or do you want to teach them a lesson? I want the 7 refined lane to lose all standing and reputation, and then completely erase them from this world, Yang Dingtian said. All right, since the sect master has this idea, we can do whatever we want, Qin Wanchou said. Let's set a goal for the whole thing first. Our goal is to completely destroy the 7 refined lane. Not only do we want to completely destroy them, but we also want them to lose all standing and reputation, Yang Dingtian said. Also, we want the battle to be as intense as possible and for as long as possible. Put all of Wu Yoming's attention on the battle against the 7 refined lane. We will build a new path under the guise of a new path and begin to reorganize the central continent. Yes, Qin Wanchou said. Compared to us, although Wu Yuming is in the dark, her strength is limited. If all their energy and resources are focused on the battle at the 7 refined lane, they won't be able to take care of anything else. Duan Rian frowned. It's easy to destroy the 7 refined lane, but it's too difficult to ruin their reputation. Everyone nodded in agreement. Over the past few hundred years, the 7 refined lane's reputation had been too good. Not only were they artists, but they were also social activists and philanthropists. He traveled the world, gave alms and did good deeds, and built hundreds of orphanages. Not to mention, every woman in the 7 refined lane was as beautiful as a fairy and was the dream lover of almost everyone in the world. This was why First Madame Gong's son dared to say that the 7 refined lane had never truly feared anyone in the past few hundred years. Because no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't challenge a group of beauties and artists. You can't use force against them. Once you do, you'll be condemned by everyone. Therefore, the 7 refined lane was definitely a huge power in the primal chaos mainland that controlled public opinion. Not to mention, almost all the young martial artists in the world were fanatical fans of the beauties of the 7 refined lane. Therefore, it was too difficult to ruin the 7 refined lane's reputation. And it was too easy for them to ruin someone's reputation. Yang Dingtian said. To deal with an organization like the 7 refined lane, we have to fight poison with poison. Their image is their foundation and their most powerful weapon. Once their image is ruined, the 7 refined lane won't be worth mentioning. Duan Rian said. That's right, but the right to speak is in their hands. People will listen to what they say, but no one will listen to what we say. Yang Dingtian said. Then we have to think of a way to make people listen to us. Sect Master, do you have any ideas? Qin Wancho asked. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Make a report. Report? What's a report? Qin Wancho asked. A newspaper is a 3-foot square of paper. Print all kinds of news, important matters, gossip, secret information, and so on. Yang Dingtian said. A newspaper has a total of 4 to 5 large pieces of paper, with hundreds of thousands of words and pictures. First, organize a team of tens to hundreds of people to write the content, then engrave it, and finally print it. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of copies, and then sell them to millions of people at cost price. The so-called news must be true and serious. Important matters must be majestic and imposing. Gossip must be deep and secretive, and secret information must be terrifying and incisive. Yang Dingtian said. And the attack on the 7 refined lane can be hidden in the gossip and secret information. In order to be true and authoritative, we can even self-deprecate to a certain extent. Expose Song Gao's secret information, expose Qin Wancho's secret information, and expose some of my scandals. In short, we must make this newspaper popular in an instant. Following that, Yang Dingtian said, Here, I can say a few titles for everyone to refer to. For example, The Secret of Dongfang Minmi's Resurrection. For example, The Mystery of Zhu Qingzhu's Defeat. For example, Demoness Infatuated Yang Dingtian. Wait. Once these words were said, everyone was completely stunned. Once these titles were published, it would be disastrous. It could be said that it would instantly cause an uproar in the world, and it would guarantee that everyone would fight to be the first to read it. If it was in the West Continent, the circulation of this newspaper would be much smaller. If it was in the Southwest Continent, it would be even more difficult. That was because the people there were all mountainous people who didn't know the world's common language. And the Central Continent was the most prosperous place in the world. There were astronomical numbers of city residents, and their literacy rate was relatively high. Therefore, this kind of newspaper could easily circulate. In a blank world, this newspaper could easily snatch away all the rights to public opinion. At that time, the 7 refined lane would be dreaming if they tried to use drama to snatch the rights to public opinion. At most, a few thousand people would be able to watch a drama. But a newspaper could instantly be read by hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people. Good idea! Song Lihua said loudly. Moreover, regarding the control of the Central Continent's reorganization, we can also indirectly achieve it through this newspaper. I'll immediately gather manpower from the West Continent, Duan Rian said. This is a good idea, but others can also copy it. What if they also start a newspaper? Yang Dingtian said. Those that haven't been approved by the Council of Light are all illegal newspapers. We'll immediately confiscate them. We can't openly destroy the 7 refined lane, but can't we just confiscate a printing workshop? Song Lihua said. Then, does attacking the 7 refined lane have no bottom line? No, it has to be real, Yang Dingtian said. Because this newspaper is only convenient for us to destroy the 7 refined lane. It can also play a greater role in allowing us to control the world's public opinion. It will be of great use in the future doomsday war and the reorganization of the Central Continent. But if it's real, it'll be difficult, Song Lihua said. We don't have any spies in the 7 refined lane. It's too late to plant them now. We have one person. I'll think of a way to meet her tonight, Yang Dingtian said. Don't worry, I don't have the spirit ghost bird with me. This was the first sentence Fifth Lady Gongsun said when she saw Yang Dingtian. In a secret pavilion, Yang Dingtian met Fifth Lady Gongsun, who was also Qin Ji. Sect Master Yang Dingtian, you usually avoid me like the plague. Why did you take the initiative to meet me today? Qin Ji sat down flirtatiously. She blinked her eyes and said, Let me guess, what's the matter? If it wasn't necessary, Yang Dingtian really didn't want to meet this Qin Ji. She was a demon woman, and there wasn't a single time when Yang Dingtian didn't suffer any losses when dealing with her. Oh right, do you want me to help you kill Lingwu? Qin Ji gritted her teeth and said, Little bitches should all die. This bitch has actually started acting. She even wrote Blood of Thunder. I didn't expect you to be filled with righteous indignation, Yang Dingtian said. No, I don't care who she's slandering or attacking. However, she deserves to die for snatching my limelight. She deserves to die for trying to stop me from becoming the #1 woman in the world. Qin Ji said. I'll help you with this. Tell me, how should I kill her? Poison her, explode her, skin her, break her bones, break her limbs, turn her into a human stick and throw her on the streets to beg? Anything is fine. Looking at her gnashing her teeth, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Yes, to be precise, I want to deal with the 7 refined lane, Yang Dingtian said. Deal with the 7 refined lane? Qin Ji frowned. Yes, I want to turn the 7 refined lane from a sacred place in the hearts of men into a brothel, Yang Dingtian said. I'm sorry, but that's impossible, Qin Ji said. Why? Yang Dingtian said. Because it's a brothel? Oh no, it's even dirtier than a brothel, Qin Ji said. Yang Dingtian was instantly stunned. Don't you know? First, Second Lady Gongsun was played by Zhu Hongyu, then by Lingxi, and then by Lingxi's father. Then, father and son played together, Qin Ji said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Don't you know why the 7 refined lane is so influential? It's because there are women from the 7 refined lane in every leader's house. They either become concubines or madams, Qin Ji said. The 7 refined lane also has a secret misty pavilion. They're in charge of pimping the big shots in the world. Yang Dingtian was shocked again. Don't you know? The 7 refined lane also controls hundreds of high-class brothels in the world. There's even one in Sky Demon City. And these brothels are managed by the Hidden Fragrance Pavilion, Qin Ji said. Yang Dingtian was already speechless. Don't you know? The 7 refined lane opened hundreds of orphanages in the world and adopted tens of thousands of orphans. But do you know that among these orphans, the prettiest ones, regardless of gender, are all sent to the brothels? The prettiest ones are sent to the Misty Pavilion as gifts to the big shots in the world. Even when they see a pretty boy or girl on the streets, even if they're not orphans, they'll think of ways to create conditions to turn them into orphans. Then, they'll appear like saintesses and take them away, raising them to become the 7 refined lane's cash cows. Yang Dingtian's mouth was already agape. Don't you know? Every year, the organization that buys and sells the most people from Sky Demon City and abducts the most children is the Shura Pavilion under the 7 refined lane. Their business has even spread to the Dongli grasslands. They even buy and sell the half-humans. Qin Ji said. So, you're actually telling me that you want to turn the 7 refined lane into a brothel? Is there anyone who's as difficult as you? You want to turn the Shura hell into a paradise? Just kill me. Yang Dingtian's worldview was completely refreshed. The Shura Pavilion could be said to be the most notorious organization in the world. Abducting children, abducting women, and committing all kinds of crimes. It could be said to be the dirtiest and most evil organization in the world. Because it was located in Sky Demon City, the world's powers couldn't do anything to it. But who would have thought that it was also a part of the 7 refined lane? Do many people know about this secret? Yang Dingtian asked. In the 7 refined lane, there aren't more than 3 people who know about it, Qin Ji said. Then how did you know? Yang Dingtian asked. Qinji was slightly embarrassed and turned her head away, saying, Because I'm talented in a certain aspect, so I was recommended to work in the Shura Pavilion. Currently, my work is very outstanding, and I might be in charge of the Shura Pavilion in the future. Fuck! No wonder she knew so clearly. These filthy crimes had all been through her hands. As for why Qinji would work in a place like the Shura Pavilion, Yang Dingtian wasn't surprised at all. Don't look at me like that. You also know that I don't have a bottom line, Qinji said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Then are you willing to help me destroy the 7 refined lane? I'm willing, Qinji said. But I have a condition. Yang Dingtian's eyebrows jumped, and he said, What condition? Marry me as a concubine, Qinji said. Yang Dingtian's face suddenly twitched, and he suddenly didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Can't I? Then stay here tonight and accompany me for a night, Qinji said. Yang Dingtian's entire body twitched. Pfft. Qinji laughed and said, Look at your useless appearance. I'm just teasing you. Recently, I'm not interested in men anymore, and I've started to play with women. You can't imagine how many women I've played with. Yang Dingtian raised his hands in surrender and said, All right, great aunt, stop fooling around. Tell me your condition. After you destroy the 7 refined lane, I want to become the owner of the 7 refined lane, Qinji said. At that time, not only will the 7 refined lane listen to you and become your harem, even I, the owner of the 7 refined lane, can become your plaything. Yang Dingtian automatically filtered out Qinji's words. Yang Dingtian wasn't surprised by Qinji's condition at all. This woman had no bottom line and was wildly ambitious. Of course, she couldn't be considered wildly ambitious, because a perverted ambition couldn't be considered true ambition. Hey, is this very difficult for you? Qinji said. You have to know that if I help you, it means that I have to betray my woman. Your woman? Yang Dingtian said in shock. If I didn't roll in the sheets with First Madame Gongsun every day, do you think I would have been promoted so quickly? Qinji said righteously. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's worldview was refreshed again. However, it still remained the same. No matter what perverted things Qinji did, he wouldn't be surprised at all. Yang Dingtian thought of something and said, Oh right, Vulture knows about our relationship. If you help me in the dark, won't it be exposed? Qinji said casually. Don't worry. I have something on her, and it's not just one. Yang Dingtian said in shock. What do you have on her? Qinji said. First of all, she's the second woman I'm going to betray. Yang Dingtian's eyes widened. I've played Vulture before. Is that so strange? Qinji said. But that bitch was brainwashed by Wu Yuming. Later on, she pretended to be serious and didn't let me touch her. But don't worry, I have 2 of her scandals in my hands. She won't dare to touch me. Yang Dingtian shook his head desperately, trying to get rid of his messy thoughts. He said, All right then, you can start writing articles to expose the scandals of the 7 refined lane. You have to do it step by step, from small to big, from shallow to deep. Each article should be about 3,000 to 4,000 words. You have to have concrete evidence. No problem. I'll write a few articles tonight, Qinji said. Then, she started to take off her clothes. Yang Dingtian said in shock. What are you doing? I'm preparing to write an article, Qinji said. Why are you taking off your clothes to write an article? Yang Dingtian asked. When I do things, I don't like to be restrained, Qinji said. When I'm alone at home, I like to wear nothing. Then, I'll place expensive crystal mirrors everywhere. This way, I can see my beautiful and perfect body at any time. Yang Dingtian's scalp tingled again. Yang Dingtian decided that when the first article was published, he would immediately head to the Dongli grasslands. He would go to the Snake Men's territory to search for the second half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. This was because Yang Dingtian had no other choice. If he did not go to the Dongli grasslands, he would have to go to the underwater mermaid empire. However, who knew where the Mermaid Empire was. Although the Snake Man's territory was mysterious and dangerous, at least he knew where it was. The reason why he was waiting for the first article to be published before leaving was because no one in the chaotic world knew how to do such things. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian had seen countless newspapers and magazines during his time on Earth, from the People's Daily to the yellow tabloids on the street. Moreover, when he was in university, he was once a member of the school newspaper, so he had a unique understanding of how to run a newspaper. The Western continent's literary team had a total of more than 100 people. Soon, they arrived at Zhongjing by Demon Eagle and immediately got to work. The name of the newspaper was also decided. It would be called Chaos Times. In the first issue of the newspaper, Yang Dingtian, as the editor-in-chief, personally reviewed every article and every picture. There were no cameras in this world, only echo jades. However, the images could not be printed in the newspaper, so they still had to be drawn by hand. However, this world also had an advanced place. That was the crystal panel used for engraving. It could be made soft or hard, so it could be reused and the work of engraving would be very easy. In short, under the personal control of Yang Dingtian, the first issue of Chaos Times was published. Before it was published, the important members of the Council of Light immediately read the newspaper. The contents of the newspaper almost instantly shocked the entire Council of Light. Chapter 612. The first issue of the newspaper had a total of 4 pages. Half of them were news and current affairs. At Yang Dingtian's request, this part of the content was very authoritative, serious, realistic, and even objective. It included the acute issue of land reform in the southwest continent. Also, the negotiations between Sky Demon City and the Council of Light. Also, the partial investigation report and name list of those who infiltrated in evil ways were published. Also, the popularity of the Central Continent's 7 refined workshops drama, Thunder and Blood. That's right, even the drama, Thunder and Blood, which slandered Yang Dingtian, made it into the news. However, there was no news about the reorganization of the Central Continent. Because this matter was too important, and Yang Dingtian's experience in this area was far from Qin Wanzhou and the others. Therefore, he couldn't find a good entry point, so he let Qin Wanzhou and the others control the relevant content. Next, a quarter of it was gossip. And this secret of the 8 trigrams was quite exciting. The first article, Yang Dingtian fell in love with the demoness, Dugu Fengwu. The second article, Yang Dingtian was humiliated in the Vulture Palace. The third article, Qin Wanzhou's wife defected to evil ways. The fourth article, Zhu Qingzhu's history. Each of these 4 gossip secrets was enough to catch everyone's attention, and the weight of each was astonishing. Moreover, each of them was incomparably realistic. The remaining quarter of the secrets were more like the secret exploration of the chaotic world, the search for the ancient oceanic martial arts civilization, the truth of the taboo continent, the mystery of the ancient annihilation, and so on. In short, these 4 newspapers had more than 100,000 words and more than a dozen pictures. They were all authentic, authoritative, and realistic. He had started with Yang Dingtian right from the start. Of course, the so-called starting with Yang Dingtian was also using the spring and autumn annals. On the surface, it was smeared, but in reality, it was deified. One had to know that on the Earth plane, domestic movies and articles were relatively rigid, and they were only focused on Gao de Quan. To create a glorious image, there was no flaw, fairness, integrity, selflessness, and so on. It was as if they couldn't wait to pile up all the virtues. On the other hand, Hollywood's main theme movies were cunning. The heroes in those movies were all flawed and full of all kinds of flaws. They looked very realistic. However, when he thought about it carefully, those shortcomings were actually very likable. These shortcomings could actually set off a slightly glorious image. And Yang Dingtian's article did exactly that. For example, in order to defeat Qin Huaiyu and save Shimin Yanyan, Yang Dingtian had barged into the Temple of Evil Ways by himself. There was no doubt that this was a mistake. To put it bluntly, this was colluding with the evil Tao. However, the people who read the newspaper would think that Yang Dingtian was daring and had a strong sense of adventure, but they would not doubt his justice. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian was humiliated in the Vulture Palace. Yang Dingtian seemed even more aggrieved, especially when compared to Wu Yoming's treatment. He was indebted to the Vulture Palace. In order to revive his master, he had traveled thousands of miles to beg Wu Lingzi. In the end, he had suffered great humiliation. Of course, this also laid a huge foreshadowing for how Yang Dingtian would revive his master. Of course, Dong Fangminmi's revival was originally a secret that couldn't be revealed. However, there was no doubt that the Vulture Palace was clearly aware of this. Therefore, instead of hiding it and letting the Vulture Palace use it as a weapon in the future, it was better to reveal it in advance and kill two birds with one stone. In short, in these two articles that exposed Yang Dingtian's secret, it seemed that Yang Dingtian had repeatedly made mistakes and suffered setbacks, but in fact, it had completely highlighted Yang Dingtian's courage, risk-taking, filial piety, and other glorious qualities. Compared to the 7 refined workshops, Thunderbolt Blood, that was blatantly smearing someone, it was many times more realistic and brilliant. Under the overall control of Yang Dingtian, after the first newspaper was published, the first people who read it crazily were not the public, but the people inside the Council of Light. This thing was too high and mighty. It directly touched on the highest level secrets of the Council of Light. After reading this newspaper, they would definitely have a faint feeling of being full of vigor. Especially those secrets of Yang Dingtian, it was completely irresistible. The Council of Light was definitely rich and imposing. They directly printed 200,000 copies of the first issue, and then used the Demon Vulture Army to send it to various cities in the central continent for the largest distribution. After that, Yang Dingtian waited for the feedback in the Zhongjing Palace. Although he was full of confidence, after all, newspapers were completely new to the chaotic continent. He didn't know what the result would be. On the Earth plane, when newspapers were first born, it didn't cause a huge sensation. Instead, it seemed to be relatively niche and slowly became popular after a certain period of time. And in China, when the first real newspaper was published at the end of the Qing dynasty, it also didn't cause much of a sensation. In short, it was a relatively long period of time for newspapers on the Earth plane to become popular, and then to control the power of public opinion. Of course, this was also related to the content of the newspaper. Hundreds of demon vultures used the shortest time to deliver the first issue of the Chaos Times to the central continent, and a small portion to the east and west continents. Because the first few issues were free, these hundreds of thousands of copies of the newspaper were all snatched up at the beginning. Many people didn't even know what this thing was. When someone started to read it, almost instantly, they were attracted. To put it more exaggeratedly, some people even felt that the darkness in front of them was instantly pierced by a ray of light after reading the words in the newspaper. One had to know that the content of this newspaper was the world's top secret and the most important thing. Ordinary people had almost no way to understand it, and could only speculate based on rumors. Now, as long as they read this newspaper, they could enjoy the same level of information as the great feudal lords and great feudal lords. People were born unequal. In the chaos world, ordinary people and even mid-level and low-level martial artists. Between high-level martial artists, great feudal lords and great feudal lords, personal cultivation and wealth were unequal. There was also another kind of inequality, and that was the inequality of information. This newspaper almost instantly smoothed out the inequities in this information. Therefore, unlike the slow popularity of newspapers on Earth, in the Chaos Continent, the first issue of the Chaos Times caused a huge sensation almost immediately. From the beginning, it was just a casual reading, but it quickly became a scramble to be the first to read it. As people at the top of the Chaos Continent's pyramid, many great feudal lords, and leaders of large forces also received this newspaper one after another. After reading it from beginning to end. Amazing! Almost all the big shots let out such a sigh. Their vision was different from ordinary people and mid-level and low-level martial artists. They could see the power behind this newspaper at a glance. More importantly, the content and secrets of this newspaper were not even known to people of their level. In fact, not to mention them, for example, the relationship between Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fingwu, most of the leaders of the 9 clans and 27 sects probably didn't know about it. However, these feudal lords and great feudal lords were obviously more concerned about the reorganization of the Council of Light. In the end, they searched through the newspaper but couldn't find a single article related to it. This was also why Yang Dingtian was so careful. Before finding a good entry point, he definitely wouldn't act rashly on such an important matter. Many people's first reaction when they saw this newspaper was that the content looked very real and very authoritative. But it wasn't real? Therefore, the low-level people asked the low-level martial artists, the low-level martial artists asked the middle-level martial artists, the middle-level martial artists asked the high-level martial artists, and the high-level martial artists asked the feudal lords and feudal lords. When most of the feudal lords heard this question, they nodded and said, "It's real. It's because it's real that it's scary." Of course, there were also many smart people whose first reaction was to do the same thing and start a newspaper to fight for the right of public opinion. But many people realized that they couldn't do it. First of all, the paper in the chaotic world was relatively expensive. Needless to say, the scrolls used for martial arts secret manuals were simply woven from energy nephrite silk and were worth tens of thousands of gold. Even ordinary books were made of parchment paper. For example, the letter that Yang Dingtian left for Wu Yuming was made of parchment paper. The parchment paper in the chaotic world was different. After a layer of parchment was peeled off, it would be cut into more than 5 pieces using celestial qi. So each piece of paper was very thin and very flexible. Speaking of which, the quality was better than the paper on Earth. Next was the silk scroll. And the lowest layer was used to record something called a white leaf. This was a kind of leaf that was relatively flat and very big. It could be used to record words. Then there was a problem. Since paper was so expensive, there should be very few books. So there should be very few literate people. However, the literacy rate in the central continent was relatively high. Among the nearly 1 billion people in the central continent, the literacy rate was more than 15%. Because there were a lot of books in the chaotic world. At least, it was much more than ancient China. Why? Because it was left behind by the ancient civilization. All the books of the ancient civilization in the chaotic world were made of a very special kind of energy crystal material. After being processed by a special secret technique, it became soft. Then, it was cut into thin pieces with celestial qi and written with a celestial qi pen. This way, the words could stay on it forever. Therefore, these books would not be damaged even if they were buried underground for 10,000 years. In fact, this secret technique had been completely passed down by now. This kind of book could not be made now. It was because of the existence of countless books that after the ancient civilization was destroyed, the chaotic world could be born in a short period of time. In today's chaotic world, the cheapest thing was the parchment paper. The cost of a 1-foot-long piece of parchment was about 2 silver coins. For a large piece of parchment like the Chaotic Daily, almost an entire piece of parchment paper was used to cut it into 4 or 5 pieces with celestial qi. Therefore, the paper alone cost 40 to 50 silver coins. If hundreds of thousands of copies were issued at a time, it would cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Of course, this amount was not much in terms of money alone. Because the economy of the chaotic world was completely out of balance, it was abnormal. For example, if all the magic coins in Yang Dingtian's hands were exchanged for gold coins, almost all the gold coins in the world would not be enough. In fact, the gold coins in the chaotic world could only be used to buy daily necessities and low-level martial arts materials. Purple crystal coins were used to buy mid-level and high-level materials, while magic coins were used to buy the best martial arts resources. If hundreds of thousands of copies of the newspaper were all made of parchment paper, it might be affordable to convert them into money. But by then, money would not be enough to buy parchment paper because hundreds of thousands of sheep had to be killed to publish a newspaper. The sheep in the entire chaotic world would not be enough to publish for half a year. After Yang Dingtian took charge of Cloud Sky City, he immediately formed a secret team to make paper out of wood. Even the Council of Light had abandoned parchment paper and silk half a year ago and directly switched to white paper. And this paper factory was located at a secret seaside that no one knew about. It produced an endless stream of cheap snow-white paper. Therefore, the paper cost of a copy of the Chaos Times was less than 10 copper coins to Yang Dingtian. Of course, the most important thing was the content. After Yang Dingtian took control of the Radiant Parliament, he would have the most authoritative content. Furthermore, he would have the talent and the ability to deliver information in the shortest time. In short, it was almost impossible for others to do the same thing so far. After a long discussion about how long the Chaos Times would be published, Lin Jiufeng decided to publish the Chaos Times. It could not be too long or too short. In the end, it was decided to be an issue every 7 days. After the 5th copy, they began to collect money. The reason why they collected money was not because they could not afford it. With the Council of Light's current strength, it would not be a problem even if they distributed millions of copies for free every issue because the engravings could be used repeatedly. Instead, collecting money would be more authoritative and make the newspaper more valuable. And the price of each copy of the newspaper was 1 silver coin. This was not a cheap price, and they could make a profit directly. The reason why the price was set like this was because they considered authoritative and high-end. After the first issue was released, the effect was sensational and caused a storm. Yang Dingtian was still worried and kept an eye on the release of the second issue. However, Yang Dingtian had already begun to let go of the second issue's content. He was only doing the final check on the content. In fact, after the final draft was in his hands, he could not change a single word. This was because Yang Dingtian was at most intelligent. As long as he set the tone and attributes of the newspaper, this team, which had been trained by Tang Buizhao and Song Lihua for more than a year, was full of talents. There were many who wrote better than Yang Dingtian. As long as Yang Dingtian set the tone, it was true, objective, and authoritative. Even if it was gossip, it had to be absolutely true and have enough weight. Then, this team could do things very well. After the second issue of the Chaos Times was released hundreds of thousands of copies, it was instantly sold out. Countless people fought to be the first to read it. It could be said that after just 2 issues, the Chaos Times began to crush the 7 Refined Workshop's theatrical performance in terms of the power of public opinion. In the first issue of Gossip, a total of 4 super important secrets were exposed. After the second issue, this would not be done. In every issue, there would only be 1 super important secret and 3 super important secret. Furthermore, in the second issue of Gossip, the 7 Refined Workshops matters were written. It was still the same saying, if you want to blacken someone, blacken yourself first. This time, the gossip was also super important and instantly attracted everyone's attention. This issue's main gossip was that Duge Fengwu was impersonating Third Lady Gongsun, and Yang Dingtian was impersonating Wu Ming from the Hidden Sect. There were definitely less than 10 people who knew about this secret. It was definitely considered a top secret in this world. Now that it was exposed, it instantly caused an uproar in the world. The 7 Refined Workshop and Wu Yuming were still planning to attack Yang Dingtian for impersonating the Hidden Sect's disciple, Wu Ming. In the end, Yang Dingtian took the initiative to speak out. Many things were scandals when they were exposed from other people's mouths. When it came from one's own mouth, it was magnanimous. Of course, the gossip of the 7 Refined Workshop in the next issue was even more eye-catching. That was, 5th Lady Gongsun was once a man. It could be said that in every issue of Gossip, there would be an absolutely explosive content. Furthermore, it would be absolutely true and could make the entire Gossip section extremely valuable and authoritative. When that time came, they would start to expose the 7 Refined Workshops prostitution scandal and the child abduction scandal. They would be able to gain the trust of everyone in the world. In addition to a large amount of evidence, they would be able to force the Sky Devil City's Merchant Association to come forward and identify Wu Ming. When that time came, the 7 Refined Workshop, which was currently limitless and was sought after by countless people, would become even smellier than a public toilet. Song Lihua, I will leave the newspapers to you guys, Yang Dingtian said. Remember, this is a battlefield, and it is our home ground. Not only do we have to win, but we also have to defeat the enemy completely. When I return, I hope that we will have an absolute advantage in the battle of public opinion. I hope that by then, the 7 Refined Workshop will have already become a synonym for disgrace and filth. Yes, sect leader, Song Lihua said. Regarding the article on Central Continent, you must be extremely careful. Listen to the opinions of City Lord Qin Wanchou, sect leader Zhuo Qingqi, and sect leader Dong Fang Minmi. Find the best entry point and slowly open it up, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Song Lihua said. The 3 sect leaders have already found an entry point. It is Heavenly Edict Academy and Black Heaven Sect's Celestial Qi Condensation and Purification Array. This entry point is sufficiently stimulating. On the surface, it will cause the least damage to the interests of the Central Continent's feudal lords, but in reality it will cause a great deal of damage. I will leave it to the 3 sect leaders. You can publish it whenever they officially decide on the article, Yang Dingtian said. But remember, the newspaper can be written in the spring and autumn annals, but it must be true, objective, and authoritative. Even if it will harm your own interests, you must insist on this point. Yes, sect leader, Song Lihua said. When that time comes, if the 7 Refined Workshop is completely ruined, what should we do? What should we do to the people in the 7 Refined Workshop? Of course, we will not pursue the innocent. However, the guilty, such as First Madame Gong's son, must be publicly judged and publicly executed, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, sect leader, Song Lihua said. That night, under the instructions of Dong Fang Minmi and the others, Yang Dingtian flew using celestial qi and secretly headed to the Dongli grassland, to the Snake People tribe, to search for the second half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Dong Fang Minmi and Qin Wanchou originally wanted to send a great grandmaster to accompany Yang Dingtian, but Yang Dingtian rejected them. Now, Central Continent and East Continent could not do without the presence of a few great grandmasters. Although Yang Dingtian was only a 5-star grandmaster, there were very few people in the world who could kill him instantly. Chapter 613. Before setting off, Yao had already helped Yang Dingtian change his appearance. Not only did she change his face and eyes, she even changed his race. Now Yang Dingtian's appearance is that of a Foxman race man. Yang Dingtian knows a little about the Foxman race and has a good impression of them. Therefore, he pretends to be a Foxman race man. Yao Rao's standard is very high and also very deceptive. She gave Yang Dingtian some kind of pill and Yang Dingtian's ears inexplicably turned into fox ears. His eyes also inexplicably turned brown. Of course, Foxman race people have tails. Yao Rao found a tail from God knows where and placed it on Yang Dingtian's tailbone. Therefore, a brand new Foxman race man appeared. In order to keep it a secret, Yang Dingtian did not even ride on the demon eagle. Instead, he used his own xianqi to fly over 10,000 miles. After 2 days and 1 night, he finally arrived at the Dongli continent. Yang Dingtian prepared to recover his xianqi on a small island before secretly sneaking into the Dongli grassland and enter the snake race territory. However, before he even got close to the Dongli grassland, he already felt that something was wrong. Because there are flying beast mounts everywhere in the sky. On the sea surface, there are patrolling barbarian race warships everywhere. There are also all kinds of castles built on almost all of the small islands. They are monitoring the entire coastline of the Dongli continent. How could this be? Yang Dingtian had no choice but to be careful. He flew 10,000 meters high in the sky to avoid the patrol of countless flying beast mounts. Dongli continent is close to the coastline. It is 3,000 to 4,000 miles of desert. This 3 to 4,000 miles is completely desolate and uninhabited. Everywhere is a blood-red desert. Looking down now, it is actually brightly lit, as bright as day. The entire desert has turned into an incomparably huge construction site. Half-human race is actually building a defensive line here. That's right, a defensive line. Moreover, it is a very strong and powerful defensive line. Huge rocks dug out from the bottom of the desert were built into huge city walls. There is a castle in every 3 miles. Behind the city wall, there were countless tents and torches. How long was the coastal desert of the Dongli continent? It was at least 6 to 7,000 li. This group of crazy half-humans actually wanted to build a city wall within a few thousand miles. Were they crazy? Was he challenging Qin Shi Huang to build the Great Wall? However, the forces dispatched by the half-human clan were much more powerful than the Qin First Emperor. As far as the eye could see, the entire desert was filled with the half-human race. Oh no, they were usually wild beasts. Millions of half-humans and millions of wild beasts. In this place, the half-human race was on full display. There were hundreds of races, and they had everything. There were also all kinds of wild beasts, more than half of which Yang Dingtian had never seen before. The mammoth was as tall as a building, and the three-eyed giant was more than 10 meters tall. However, these millions of half-humans were all slaves, because they had collars around their necks and shackles on their feet. Every one of them was riddled with wounds and on the verge of death. Other than the millions of slaves, there were also hundreds of thousands of half-human race soldiers supervising the work. Among these hundreds of thousands of half-human race soldiers, 1/3 were werewolves, 1/3 were leopard men, and 1/3 were eagle men who could fly. But other than that, Yang Dingtian saw the Naga tribe. That's right, the Naga tribe that had been living in seclusion for thousands of years had actually made a public appearance. Dong Fan Minmi had said that the Naga tribe was the overlord of the Dongli grassland. However, in the thousands of years of war, the Naga tribe had never participated in it. No one dared to enter the territory of the Naga tribe, and the Naga tribe had never left their territory. Therefore, for thousands of years, everyone knew about the existence of the Naga tribe and also knew about the existence of Queen Poisa. However, almost no one had seen her before. Now, the Naga tribe had actually made a public appearance. What was going on? Moreover, Yang Dingtian could see it. Among these hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the number of Naga tribe warriors was extremely small. There were only a few hundred of them. However, these few hundred Naga tribe warriors were the absolute masters of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. They were the highest commanders of the entire army. The Naga tribe had already left their territory? And they had already begun to dominate the Dongli grassland? How could this be? What exactly had happened? Yang Dingtian used stealth to descend and finally saw the face of the Naga tribe. It was very ugly, very scary, and even ugly to the point of being disgusting. Although they were called the Naga tribe, most of them had very little human characteristics. It was just a thick snake body with 2 arms. These arms were even covered with scales. As for the face, it could only be said that it vaguely had the feeling of a human face. However, whether it was the eyes or the mouth, they were still the characteristics of a snake. Among the hundreds of Naga tribe people present, 80% of them had this ugly, terrifying, and disgusting appearance. Among the remaining 20%, the human characteristics were relatively more obvious. As for the Naga tribe woman in the center, her human characteristics were already very obvious. Almost her entire upper body was human, but her entire body was covered with scales. Her face was also a human face. However, there were also thin scales on her face, and she did not have human ears. If she did not have scales on her ears, this Naga tribe woman's face could be considered beautiful. Soon Yang Dingtian understood. In the Naga tribe, the closer one was to a human, the higher one's status and the stronger one's strength. Therefore, this beautiful Naga tribe woman became the highest leader of these Nagas. Yang Dingtian flew up into the sky again and began to look down on everything on the ground. He discovered the Foxman tribe. Moreover, it was a large number of them. All of them were wearing collars and shackles as slaves. Under the whips of the werewolf army, they were building castles and city walls. Every one of them was covered in scars. In order to prevent these slaves from secretly hiding weapons, these slaves did not even have any clothes on them. They could only barely cover their bodies. Furthermore, there were even more ugly and sinful scenes. Not far from the city walls, there was a pit with tens of thousands of people. Inside, there were countless corpses of half-human slaves. Yang Dingtian searched hard and finally did not see Princess Xiang Xiang and day by day Bella. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, it had only been 1.5 years since Yang Dingtian left the Dongli grassland. In these few thousand miles of desert, there were already countless castles erected. The 6,000 to 7,000 miles of giant city walls were actually half completed. This project was dozens or even hundreds of times bigger than the Great Cloud Heaven City and Cloud Heaven City's 100 miles of city walls. When Yang Dingtian was building the Great Cloud Heaven City, there were almost no deaths. All the dangerous tasks were done by the people with the highest cultivation. However, in this Dongli grassland's desert defense line, it was unknown how many half-human slaves had died. Previously, Yang Dingtian had noticed that Yunjena used her waist to walk. Therefore, Yang Dingtian felt that it was very special. Dugu Fengwu also used her waist to walk. Therefore, when she walked, it was very sexy and seductive. Of course, there was another person who used her waist to walk. That person was Naga Shuang. Yunjenu was brought up by a monk, Mistress Rosemary. Coincidentally, Yunjenu's walking style was exactly the same as Dugu Fengwu's. Coincidentally, Mistress Rosemary also disappeared not long after Dugu Fengwu went missing. Therefore, Yunjena had no choice but to return to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Therefore, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but think that so-called Mistress Rosemary was Dugu Fengwu and Dugu Aoshuang's mother. Of course, if it was just this identity, it wouldn't be much. More importantly, she was also a second-generation Naga who came to the human world to borrow the seed. A defective second-generation Naga. In fact, when Yang Dingtian heard that the Dongli grassland's #1 beauty and #1 expert, the Snake Men race's Queen Poisa, Yang Dingtian would have even more distant thoughts. Therefore, even though Yang Dingtian didn't say it out loud, he was looking forward to meeting Dugu Fengwu in the Dongli grassland. Now, the Snake Men race had actually started to enslave and rule the entire Dongli grassland. They had turned almost all the kind-hearted half-human race into slaves. They had turned the entire desert into hell. In that case, everything had changed. Yang Dingtian had to temporarily put down his unrealistic fantasies. Then the question was, what was the purpose of the Snake Men race building the biggest defensive line in history? Was it to resist the Legion of Doom, or to resist the human army? Yang Dingtian also knew that the evil ways had a hidden and powerful force hiding in the Dongli grassland. Then, was everything in front of him related to the evil ways? Was the birth of the Snake Men race related to the evil ways? Qin Chichi wasn't very clear about the power of the evil ways in the Dongli grassland. She only knew that the highest leader of the evil ways was called the Young Lord. Of course, it was unknown if this Young Lord was Li Ming. Yang Dingtian also knew that the other Grand Master Spiritualist, Gui Wuzi, who had defected from the Black Sky sect, might be in the Dongli grassland. He was once the biggest evil ways spy in the Black Sky sect. In the Foxman race, Yang Dingtian had once met Gui Wuzi's master, In Tianchong, who was a Grand Master. Gui Wuzi was more than 100 years old. It was obvious that he couldn't become the young Master. Gui Wuzi was one of the only 2 spiritualists in the world. He was a Grand Master spiritualist a few decades ago, but he was only a subordinate of this young lord. Then, the possibility of this young lord being Li Ming was quite high. He didn't expect that after leaving the Dongli grassland for a year and a half, there would be such a drastic change. At this time, there were too many mysteries. Who was Queen Poisa? Had the entire East Parting grassland, which was tens of millions of square kilometers, become the Serpent Men Empire? Who was this defensive line in front of him targeting? Did the rise of the Snake Men have anything to do with the evil ways? Was the so-called young lord of the evil ways in the Dongli grassland Li Ming? Also, why did Yang Dingtian see so many Foxman slaves here? Did the Foxman race still exist? Were Princess Xiang Xiang and Day by Day Bella alright? Now, the Snake Men had completely changed. They were no longer living in seclusion. Instead, they had grown terrifying fangs and had begun to rule and enslave the entire Dongli grassland. Without a doubt, he had to change his plan. He couldn't directly rush into the Snake Men's territory. At least, he had to investigate everything first. If the evil ways had colluded with the Snake Men, then Yang Dingtian would be walking into a trap. Therefore, he had to investigate thoroughly before taking action. Immediately, Yang Dingtian flew into the depths of the Dongli grassland. Chapter 614. The deeper he went into the Dongli grasslands, the more it felt like hell to Yang Dingtian. That was because there were flames of war, destruction, and death everywhere. Almost every tribe, every forest, and every valley was burning. Everyone was being massacred. Countless werewolves, demon wolves, eagle men, and leper men were crazily destroying every tribe and crazily capturing every slave. Under the Snakeman race's enslavement, the cruel half-human army was followed by death wherever they went. Now Yang Dingtian saw that most of the half-human tribes on the ground had already disappeared. They had all become the Snakeman Empire's military camps and castles. The Snakeman Empire's slave army was in every corner of the forest, searching for half-human slaves to build a terrifying desert defense line. Yang Dingtian had stirred up trouble, but he couldn't bear it any longer. That was because the cruel slave army had practically trampled on the bottom line of intelligent life. Slaughtering, capturing, raping, and cooking were a series of crimes that were constantly being played out on this land. Therefore, in the process of investigating, Yang Dingtian became a chivalrous hero. He began to crazily hunt down the Snakeman Empire's slave army in the forests of the Dongli grasslands. Of course, it wasn't correct to call it a hunt. Although Yang Dingtian came and went without a trace, when he killed, he was fierce and decisive. At first, when a dozen werewolf cavalry teams were searching for slaves, Yang Dingtian killed them all in a flash. Later, when he encountered a few hundred werewolf cavalry teams, Yang Dingtian also killed them all in a flash. Yang Dingtian didn't take the initiative to provoke the Snakeman Empire's slave army. His goal was to save the fleeing half-human race. In order to hide his identity, Yang Dingtian covered himself in a black cloak. Every time the Snakeman Empire's slave army moved out and raised their butcher's knife, he would appear. No matter how many slave soldiers there were in the Snakeman Empire, from dozens to hundreds, he would kill them all in less than a quarter of an hour, saving the fleeing half-human race from the butcher's knife. Dozens, hundreds, thousands. In the end, Yang Dingtian killed more and more of the Serpent-Men Empire's slave army. More and more half-humans were rescued by Yang Dingtian, and they began to gather and flee towards the east. In the process of playing the role of a chivalrous hero, Yang Dingtian had more or less figured out the whole situation. About 10 months after the great battle in Cloud Sky City, the Naga tribe that had been sealed off for 1,000 years suddenly left their territory. A group of less than 1,000 Naga warriors attacked the Werewolf tribe, Demon Wolf tribe, Eagle Men tribe, Leopard Men tribe, Lizard Men tribe, Ghost Men tribe, Tiger Men tribe, and Lion Men tribe. The Dongli grassland had a total of a few hundred half-human clans. These 8 clans were considered the strongest ones. Less than 1,000 Snake People warriors had completely defeated the higher-ups of the 8 clans in just over half a month. They had captured the leaders of the 8 half-human clans and captured all the experts and brought them into the territory of the Snake People tribe. Half a month later, the few thousand half-human experts of the 8 clans were all released and their strength had increased tremendously. Then, the few million half-human warriors of the 8 clans all became the slave army of the Snake People tribe. Then, the few thousand Snake People tribe warriors led the few million half-human tribe slaves to form 16 armies and began to sweep across the entire Dongli grassland. Then, the end of the Dongli grassland's half-human tribe began. Wherever the brutal slave army passed, not even a blade of grass grew and everything was destroyed. On the Dongli grassland, one tribe after another fell. Countless villages were destroyed, and countless half-humans were slaughtered. In just over half a year, more than 90% of the tens of millions of square kilometers of the Dongli grassland had fallen. Almost all the tribes were destroyed. In the shortest time possible, the Snake People tribe enslaved the few million troops of the 8 major battle clans and swept across the Dongli grassland, establishing a huge Snake People empire. This was the first time in thousands of years that the Dongli grassland was unified, and it was almost the first empire in the entire chaotic world. That's right, it was a real empire. Queen Poisa had become the queen of the Dongli Empire. Under the queen, there was the high priest, the prime minister, the 4 great commanders, and the 16 generals. The few million barbarian soldiers of the 8 major clans were under the command of the 16 generals. Moreover, Queen Poisa had established a complete class system. The Snake People tribe was the noblest tribe in the empire. The Spirit People tribe and the Eagle Men tribe were first-class tribes. The Lion Men tribe, the Leopard Men tribe, and the Tiger Men tribe were second-class tribes. The Werewolf tribe, the Demonic Wolf tribe, and the Lizard Men tribe were third-class tribes. The remaining few hundred half-humans, including the Beast tribe, were all enslaved. Now, all the large cities and villages of the Dongli grassland had fallen. The few million troops of the Snake People Empire were guarding the entire Dongli grassland. Teams of dozens and hundreds of people began to search for the half-humans in the primitive forests and the depths of the mountains. The half-human slaves that Yang Dingtian had seen in the desert were only a part of the Snake People Empire. In fact, the Snake People Empire didn't just want to build a defensive line of 6,000 to 7,000 miles in the desert. She wanted to build the entire Dongli grassland into a military fortress. In fact, the city wall she wanted to build wasn't 6,000 to 7,000 miles, but more than 30,000 miles. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. Compared to Queen Poisa, Yang Dingtian's Cloud Sky City was nothing. This queen actually wanted to encircle the entire Dongli grassland with a gigantic city wall. Once the city wall was built, seawater would be drawn in and a moat that was 100 meters wide would be dug. What was even crazier was that this gigantic project was already half completed. The Snake People Empire had used tens of millions of half-human slaves, millions of giant beasts, and millions of barbarian soldiers to build this unprecedented military defense line. Now, the 30,000 miles of military defense line had entered the climax of construction. Countless half-human slaves had died. Tens of millions of slaves weren't enough. Therefore, the Snake People Empire's slave army had no choice but to frantically search for the half-humans that had escaped to the deep mountains in the Dongli grassland. In fact, when the several hundred half-humans were attacked, they also thought of forming an alliance to resist the Snake People Empire. However, the Snake People Empire's slave army was too fast. The 8 tribes' slave army were basically demonic beast cavalry that traveled thousands of miles in a day. Before the half-human alliance could reach an agreement, millions of slave soldiers had already surged over like a tide. This was even faster than the German Blitzkrieg in World War II. In fact, the Snake People Empire had swept the entire Dongli grassland in less than 3 months. This was because the 8 tribes were the most powerful fighting tribes in the Dongli grassland. They were the 8 overlords of the Dongli grassland. When the 8 tribes joined forces, they were enough to sweep the Dongli grassland. However, for thousands of years, the 8 tribes had been at war with each other. Not to mention the 8 tribes joining forces, even the 3 tribes joining forces had never been seen before. They were always at war with each other. In less than a month, the Snake People race had made the leaders of the 8 tribes kneel under their scales. From then on, the 8 tribes formed an incomparably powerful force that swept the Dongli grassland. Then, as the 9th overlord of the Dongli grassland, and also the smartest tribe, what was the fate of the Foxman race? The Foxman race had split up. A portion of them had surrendered to the Snake People Empire, while another portion had joined the Resistance Army. Therefore, a portion of the Foxman race had become the Snake People Empire's slave army. Of course, the Snake People race's main use was that they had many beauties. Therefore, these beauties had become the Snake People Empire's prey. Moreover, because half of the Foxman race had joined the Resistance Army, the Foxman race's position in the Snake People Empire was not fixed. They were not slaves, nor were they told what race they were. Queen Poisa had issued a decree that once the Foxman race's resistance army was completely annihilated, the Foxman race would become a second-class race. Then, where was the resistance army? The resistance army was everywhere. The current resistance army had become similar to a guerrilla army. They had begun to launch sneak attacks on the Snake People Empire's cities and towns. They had also launched sneak attacks on the Snake People Empire's slave army and rescued captured half-human slaves. Then, where was the resistance army's base? In the Holy Valley at the far east of the Dongli grassland. It was an extremely dangerous place where one person could guard against 10,000 people. Now, the Holy Valley was the only place in the entire Dongli grassland that had not fallen. It was also the destination of countless slaves fleeing. It was also the only pure land in the Dongli grassland. The Foxman race was the main force of the Holy Valley's resistance army. Now, the Snake People Empire's million-strong army, 2 commanders, and 8 generals had already built an extremely powerful castle and defense line outside the Holy Valley. Now, the Holy Valley's war was about to break out. Once the Snake People Empire's million-strong army was fully assembled and the defense line was completed, they would launch the final counterattack against the Holy Valley's resistance army. The Foxman race's leader, Day by Day Bella, happened to be one of the leaders of the Holy Valley's resistance army. Of course, he was not the highest leader. The highest leader of the Holy Valley's resistance army was Saintess Hai Xian and her disciple, Huan Yu. Saintess Hai Xian was like a savior who had suddenly descended. When the half-human race was in complete despair, when Day by Day Bella's Foxman race's resistance army was almost completely wiped out, she appeared. With her own strength, she killed dozens of Snake People race's experts and hundreds of half-human race's experts, saving the last resistance of the Foxman race. Then, she and her disciple, Huan Yu, appeared in every corner of the Dongli grassland to save the tribes that were still resisting. Thus, the scattered half-human race's resistance army gathered under Saintess Hai Xian's command and became a powerful force that retreated to the far east of the Dongli grassland. Of course, there was actually nothing in the far east of the Dongli grassland. There was only an undulating stretch of huge rocky mountains. Saintess Hai Xian gathered hundreds of experts and used force to split open a crack in the Rocky Mountains. Behind the crack was a huge valley that looked like a paradise. The half-human race's resistance army and the escaped slaves entered the valley. Because of Saintess Hai Xian, this valley was named Sacred Valley and became the last pure land of the Dongli grassland. Now millions of half-human race's people were in Sacred Valley, and there was an endless stream of half-human race slaves escaping to Sacred Valley. However, the path of escape was becoming more and more difficult because the Snake People Empire had built a 1,000-mile defensive line in front of Sacred Valley, completely surrounding the entrance to Sacred Valley. Because the final battle in Sacred Valley was about to begin. Therefore, the Resistance Army's guerrillas had begun to retreat from Dongli grassland to Sacred Valley and prepare to participate in the final battle. After the Resistance Army's guerrillas left, the fate of these escapees became tragic. Because there was no one to lead them to Sacred Valley and no one to protect them from the slave army's pursuit. And Yang Dingtian's appearance just happened to fill this gap. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was 3,800 miles away from Sacred Valley. This was the territory of the Snake People Empire's 5th Legion. The 5th Legion's highest commander was the Snake People General Viper Mo. Her encampment was 1,300 kilometers away in the southeast Demon City. It was a completely new castle. Under her command, there were over 300 Snake People warriors and 400,000 slave soldiers from 8 clans. In the beginning, Yang Dingtian only took action to save the slaves that were being hunted down. Later, Yang Dingtian took the initiative to attack and began to search for the Snake People Empire's slave army to destroy them. Therefore, the number of people that Yang Dingtian had killed was increasing. In less than 10 days, the number of Snake People Empire's 5th Legion that died in Yang Dingtian's hands had exceeded 20 to 30,000. And the number of half-human race slaves that Yang Dingtian had rescued had also exceeded 20 to 30,000. And Yang Dingtian's name had spread far and wide. He had become the savior of the entire southeast Dongli grassland and the 5th Legion's nightmare. And yet, no one had ever seen Yang Dingtian's appearance. Because of this, all the slave soldiers that saw Yang Dingtian had died. Therefore, the Snake People General Viper Mo had always thought that Yang Dingtian was an elite rebel army of the Holy Valley and that there were no less than a few thousand of them. Of course, they did not know that there was only one Yang Dingtian. And now, Yang Dingtian had become too powerful to be ignored. Because the Foxman race slaves that he had rescued had begun to gather together. They also felt that Yang Dingtian was an elite member of the resistance army. Therefore, they instinctively approached him. Therefore, the number of escaped slaves increased and finally, there were tens of thousands of them. And Yang Dingtian had begun to run for his life. He alone had to protect these tens of thousands of people. And General Viper Mo had also discovered these tens of thousands of escaped slaves and was about to organize an army of 100,000 to kill them. Therefore, for the past few days, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to kill all the slave soldiers that approached these 30,000 slaves. He did not allow any slave soldiers to come within 1,000 meters of these 30,000 slaves. However, these slave soldiers were only scouts. Yang Dingtian had already seen General Viper Mo's army of 100,000. They had formed a huge pocket formation 500 miles ahead and were waiting for these 30,000 slaves to rush in. Within the Holy Valley, Sanctus Hyexian was wearing a blue veil that only revealed 2 pairs of eyes. But just these 2 pairs of eyes were enough to turn all living things upside down. This was a woman whose beauty was not inferior to the nihility Piao Ling. She was wearing a long dress that was the color of the sea. It caused her delicate curves that were like mountains and rivers to release a devilish charm. In front of her was her disciple, Huan Yu. She was wearing a fiery red dress that accentuated the curves of her body. Her curves were incomparably alluring. On her face was a pure gold mask that only revealed a pair of eyes that were like burning flames. The beauty, figure, and temperament of these 2 women could be at the top of the pyramid of this world. Our messenger bird sent a message that there are tens of thousands of escaped slaves 4,000 miles away from the Holy Valley. They are heading towards the valley, Sanctus Hyexian said. Also, a mysterious force appeared and killed tens of thousands of slave soldiers from the Naga Empire, saving these tens of thousands of slaves. Has our resistance army all returned? Her voice had a very special feeling to it. It was as mysterious as the sea, generous, and with a mesmerizing magnetism. Day by day Bella said, reporting to Sanctus. Our resistance army has a total of 150,000 guerrillas. Most of them have returned to participate in the final battle in the Holy Valley. There are less than 10,000 people outside and they are all scattered. To be able to kill tens of thousands of slave soldiers from the Naga Empire, it should not be our force. Then whose force could it be? The patriarch of the butterfly tribe asked. It doesn't matter whose force it is. As long as we fight against the Naga Empire and save the half-human slaves, they will be our comrades. Hyexian said. According to our intelligence, the Naga General Viper Mo has gathered hundreds of thousands of soldiers and is preparing to kill this force and the 30,000 slaves. We can't let our comrades and compatriots die like this. We have to go and rescue them. Day by day Bella said. Sanctus, I also want to rescue them. However, the final battle in the Holy Valley is right before us and the Naga Empire's encirclement is about to be completed. If we want to rescue them, we will have to break through the Naga Empire's encirclement. We will suffer heavy losses and the gains will not make up for the losses. No, we can't give up on anyone. Even if the sacrifice is huge, we have to bring them back. Saintess High Xian said. Huan Yu, lead a group of the most elite warriors. There is no need for a lot of them, less than 1,000 will do. Take the fastest flying mounts and rush out before the Naga Empire's encirclement closes. Rescue the 30,000 escapees and that mysterious comrade and bring them back to the Holy Valley. Yes, master, Huan Yu said. Then she turned around and walked out of the simple wooden hall. She began to gather the elite warriors, preparing to break out of the encirclement of the Snakeman Empire and rescue the 30,000 fugitive slaves and the so-called mysterious comrade in arms. Now, the number of slaves under Yang Dingtian's protection was increasing. The number had exceeded 50,000. After General Viper Mo finished setting up the encirclement, he did not even send any scouts. When the 50,000 escapees saw that the Naga Empire's slave army did not appear, they immediately felt that the resistance army protecting them was more powerful. According to the crowd, there were already tens of thousands of elite resistance army protecting them. As for Yang Dingtian, he wanted to cry but had no tears. He was only one person, and not tens of thousands of people like in the legends. Of course, he did not know that Saintess High Xian also thought that there were at least a few thousand elites. In front, General Viper Mo had already gathered 200,000 soldiers and was waiting for the 50,000 escapees to rush in. At this time, the 50,000 escapees were only 100 miles away from General Viper Mo's army. Saintess High Xian, disciple Huan Yu, who is she? Yang Dingtian thought for the last time. Then, he went alone towards the Viper Demon army of 200,000. There was no other way. In order to protect the 50,000 escapees, he could only think of a way to kill Viper Mo and throw the slave army into chaos. Chapter 615. Viper Mo was a female snake. As one of the 16 generals under Queen Poisa of the Naga Empire, there was no doubt that her cultivation was very powerful. At this time, the camp was magnificent. Although she was only a Naga, she liked luxury very much. Therefore, she couldn't wait to pile all the luxurious things in the world in her room. She was already more than 800 years old. When she was still a small snake, she had followed Queen Poisa. To her, Queen Poisa not only meant a leader, but also played the role of a mother, even though Her Majesty the Queen looked younger than her. It was very simple to see the cultivation level of a Naga. The more beautiful they were and the closer they were to humans, the higher their cultivation level. Therefore, as one of the 16 generals, Viper Mo, who had cultivated for 800 years, was already very, very human. Sitting in front of the expensive crystal mirror, her upper body was too perfect. Other than being a little demonic, there was almost no snake aura on her upper body. She was completely human. Her face could be said to be as beautiful as peach blossoms. Even among humans, she could be called a peerless beauty. As for the part below her waist, it didn't appear in the mirror at all, because she hated to see that it was a snake's body. She also felt that she was very strange, and she also felt that the entire Naga race was very strange. They clearly looked down on humans and regarded them as ants, but they really loved their human faces and bodies and hated their snake bodies. All Naga race had one goal in their lives. That was to completely shed their snake bodies and completely transform into a human body. It was as if it was a gift from the heavens. Once they became human, that kind of beauty, that kind of temperament, that kind of curves and figure almost crushed human beauties. Even their skin and their aura completely surpassed almost all women in this world. Because their beauty needed 1,000 years to brew. Therefore, every Naga race woman was extremely narcissistic. Unfortunately, in the entire Naga race, only the queen could completely transform into a human form. Even the 4 great commanders were still snakes below their legs. Of course, it wasn't impossible to completely transform into a human form. A form-setting pill would do. This way, even if a Naga was 200 or 300 years old, they could completely transform into a human form. But in that case, all of his cultivation would stop, and his lifespan would be less than 100 years. Furthermore, this was neither a human nor a snake. There was no way for them to breed offspring. Therefore, unless it was a spy sent to the human race, no snake people would be willing to take this kind of form-setting pill. Viper Mo didn't care about the 50,000 slaves and the so-called elite resistance army. The rise of the Snake Men Empire was unstoppable. Queen Poisa was invincible. What a perfect body! Viper Mo stroked her neck in front of the mirror and sighed. It's a pity that such a perfect me can't have any man. Can the women of the Naga race get married? Of course, after reaching adulthood, any Naga could give birth to offspring. However, she could only breed with the male snake. The offspring born in this way would be worse than the previous generation, and in the end, they would completely degenerate into ordinary poisonous snakes. Then, what should they do if they wanted to give birth to powerful offspring? They needed to completely transform into human form and find a human to mate with. That way, they would be able to give birth to perfect and powerful descendants. Of course, it was very, very difficult to mate with a human. Because it was extremely rare to find a human who could make the Naga fall in love. It was almost 1 in a billion. Therefore, after Queen Poisa completely transformed into human form, she searched the world to find a human who could breed offspring. She didn't know how many years she searched secretly, but she couldn't find one. Because she couldn't find a human who could make the queen fall in love with him. The queen's husband recruitment became the most important thing in the Snake Men Empire. Because only by recruiting a royal husband could they give birth to a perfect next generation. And the next generation was likely to be a perfect race of gods. At that time, the Naga race could truly become the absolute ruler of the entire chaotic world. Therefore, almost all the elites of the Naga race were working hard for this goal. Although humans were weak, like ants, there was a mysterious gene in their genes. However, within the human body, there was a small section of genes that was incomparably mysterious and powerful. If one wanted to breed a perfect and powerful race, this section of human genes was indispensable. The Naga race was a matriarchal society. Any male snake was extremely ugly, disgusting and ferocious. Therefore, as long as the Naga women had cultivated for more than 300 years, they would rather be alone than marry a male Naga. Because it was too disgusting. In their eyes, these male Nagas were just beasts. Not only that, Viper Mo also hated any male of the half-human race. Therefore, her personal guards and the people who served her were all women. In front of the mirror, she had been feeling sorry for herself for more than 2 hours. General, the beast generals have been waiting for you for 2 hours. Outside, a purple-blue leopard female general said. This female leopard person was very similar to a human. Her entire face was that of a human woman. Only her forehead had leopard patterns, 2 leopard ears, and of course, a leopard tail. The female leopard people could be considered a very special and beautiful group. Every female leopard person's body was very healthy and beautiful, almost possessing explosive strength. Moreover, every female leopard person had a valiant and formidable-looking face. And this female leopard person general was a beauty among beauties. She was the eldest daughter of the leopard person king, the princess of the leopard people race. Her cultivation was valiant, beautiful and decisive. Therefore, she became the leader of Viper Mo's personal guards and was usually doted on by her. Let them continue to wait, Viper Mo coldly said. Those 50,000 slaves have already entered the encirclement. You should go and prepare for battle, that female leopard person general said. Because she was doted on by General Viper Mo, her words were a little bolder. I told them to wait. You actually destroyed my beautiful mood. You deserve to die. Viper Mo was furious. Suddenly, he flew out like lightning. His 4 to 5 meter long snake body suddenly wrapped around that female leopard person general. He opened his gorgeous mouth and bit down on her beautiful face. Ah! The female leopard person general issued a mournful and miserable cry. Suddenly blood spurted out. Then, half of her pretty face was bitten off by the viper demon while she was still alive. Then, her body was thrown away like a straw. Viper Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued to swim into the luxurious room. He looked at himself in the mirror and felt sorry for himself. Truly a perverted, cruel, and beautiful creature! The invisible Yang Dingtian saw all of this. He saw with his own eyes that half of the valiant leopard person general's face was bitten off. Then, her body twitched and turned blue and purple as she died. This General Viper Mo, although beautiful, was still a poisonous snake. After being bitten by her teeth, there was no doubt that she would die. This beautiful female leopard person general was obviously doted on by her. However, just by slightly angering her, she was bitten to death. The viciousness of the Naga race could be seen. Yang Dingtian had no idea about the cultivation strength of the Naga race. Therefore, he did not know how strong Viper Mo, one of the 16 generals, was. However, at this moment, he was in the midst of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, hundreds of Naga race experts, and hundreds of half-human race experts. Therefore, if he wanted to kill Viper Mo, he had to be fast. He had to use the actions of an assassin to kill Viper Mo, killing a person in 10 steps, unstoppable for 1,000 miles. Therefore, Yang Dingtian used his invisibility skill and approached bit by bit. He had to kill her in one strike. However, it was precisely because he was slowly approaching and observing. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was actually stunned by Viper Mo's beautiful face and perfect upper body. The beauty of the Naga race was truly soul-stirring. That kind of gorgeous temperament even surpassed the most beautiful fox-man race. In fact, these Naga race's bodies already faintly had Schwanger's gorgeous scent. However, no matter how stunning and charming she was, he had to kill her. Yang Dingtian became invisible and arrived behind her. He was less than a foot away from her perfect back. His invisibility skill was indeed powerful. Viper Mo did not notice him at all. This was truly a perfect back. There were almost no flaws. That kind of beautiful arc was as if it was drawn by an artist. Just the 16 generals were already so beautiful. Then how beautiful would Queen Poisa be? Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. It was his chance, it was time. Shwa! Like lightning, Yang Dingtian's near-emperor-grade spirit sword pierced out from the isolated space at supersonic speed and stabbed towards Naga race's General Viper Mo's heart. Almost at the moment when the sword pierced out of the isolated space, Naga race's General Viper Mo instantly discovered it. Viper Mo did not turn around. Her body immediately erupted with an incomparably powerful energy aura, instantly enveloping the entire space. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's entire body seemed to be pressed down by a huge mountain. His entire body was completely unable to move. At this moment, the sword in his hand was less than 2 inches away from her heart. However, he couldn't go down and couldn't move at all. Then, Viper Mo suddenly turned around like lightning. Instantly, a green light burst out from her beautiful eyes and locked onto Yang Dingtian. Her entire beautiful face instantly became incomparably ferocious and terrifying. Her gorgeous lips opened and sharp poisonous fangs suddenly stretched out. At this moment, the air in the entire space seemed to have solidified. As for Yang Dingtian, it was as if he had been frozen by a poisonous snake. No, this saying was laughable. He was originally frozen and completely unable to move. However, his heart was incomparably shocked at this moment. He had already desperately overestimated the strength of the Naga race. However, the Naga race's general in front of him was only one of the 16 generals. Logically speaking, she should not be that strong. As for Yang Dingtian, he was a 5-star 9th grade master. With his invisibility skill and near-emperor grade spirit sword, even if he wanted to assassinate a great grandmaster, it would be difficult for the other party to resist. In less than 0.01 seconds after the sword was drawn, his entire body was completely frozen. This Naga race's General Viper Mo's body burst out with a special energy that instantly froze him and made him unable to move at all. What kind of energy was this? What kind of demonic technique was this? Yang Dingtian suddenly recalled the scene in the underwater maze city. All the people of the Mermaid Empire were frozen into stone. Because wherever Medusa's gaze landed, everything was frozen into stone. Could it be that the Naga race's Viper Mo's energy was similar to that of a god? This was only the Naga race's 16 generals. Above them, there were still the 4 great marshals, and the last was Queen Poisa. One of the 16 generals was already so powerful and terrifying. Viper Mo grabbed Yang Dingtian's sword and pulled fiercely. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was pulled out from the isolated space. Seeing Yang Dingtian's face, Viper Mo immediately let out a disdainful sneer and said, "So it's just an ant from the Foxman race. You also want to assassinate my noble Naga race's general." Following that, Viper Mo quickly used silk to wrap her delicate body. Her gaze landed on Yang Dingtian's near Emperor-grade soul sword and said, "This sword is not bad. I want it." Then, she directly snatched the sword from Yang Dingtian's hands. "As a lowly Foxman race, you actually saw my noble and beautiful body. Then, before you die, I can only gouge out your eyes," Viper Mo said coldly. Then, she stretched out her lily-white hand and stabbed towards Yang Dingtian's eye sockets. And Yang Dingtian's entire body seemed to have been completely frozen. He was completely unable to move. He could only watch this Naga race's General Viper Mo gouge out his eyes. Her lily-white hand and fingers were as white as onions. They were slender and delicate, incomparably beautiful. After a burst of fragrant wind, Yang Dingtian felt a sharp pain in his eyes. His vision suddenly turned black and he could not see anything. He could only let out a miserable howl in his heart. Because his entire body was frozen, he could not make any sound. He completely did not expect that he would end up like this. He originally thought that assassinating a Naga race's general would be a cinch. He did not expect that his love rival would end up in such a miserable state. General Viper Mo was undoubtedly incomparably vicious and cruel. When her 2 fingers stabbed into Yang Dingtian's eyes, she did not hesitate at all. However, just as she stabbed, 2 thin pieces fell out from Yang Dingtian's eye sockets. Yang Dingtian's eye disguise film fell off. Because he was pretending to be a Foxman race, he had to wear the Foxman race's fake eyes from the Primal Chaos continent. "You are not a Foxman race?" General Viper Mo said coldly. Then, she moved her incomparably beautiful face closer to Yang Dingtian's face and sniffed. "Yes, you are not a Foxman race. You are a human." General Viper Mo sneered. "Although I have seen very few humans, the lowly and filthy aura of humans, even if you are in disguise, I can still smell it." Swish, 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 swish. General Viper Mo's sword was as fast as lightning. In an instant, she tore apart Yang Dingtian's clothes, revealing his true body. "As expected, you are a filthy and disgusting human." General Viper Mo's beautiful face was filled with disdain and disgust. She even covered her nose and circled around Yang Dingtian to observe. She was a real and complex creature. Her lifelong pursuit was to transform into a human form. However, she despised humans and completely viewed them as inferior creatures. "A filthy and disgusting human actually knows invisibility mystic skill?" General Viper Mo covered his nose and examined Yang Dingtian. "Speak, where did your invisibility mystic skill come from? If you don't speak, I will castrate you." After saying that, Viper Mo placed her sword on Yang Dingtian's vital point. As long as she slashed, Yang Dingtian would become a eunuch. Don't think that Viper Mo can't do it. She can definitely do it. Just now, when she dug out Yang Dingtian's eyes, she was incomparably nimble. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. He had never been in such a sorry state before, nor had he been in such a dangerous situation. "You're not going to speak?" Viper Mo said. "Then I'll do it." After saying that, Viper Mo slashed down with her sword. Yang Dingtian roared in his heart. "My entire body is frozen. Even if I want to confess, I have to be able to open my mouth first." Then, he felt his vital point turn cold and immediately, he couldn't feel anything. It's over. Yang Dingtian was almost scared out of his wits. Was Yang Dingtian cut? No. Because the treasure sword in Viper Mo's hand was Yang Dingtian's soul sword. She resisted Viper Mo's will and bounced away. That's right, this was a soul sword close to the Emperor grade. Although it had yet to cultivate a sword spirit, it already had the will of primal chaos. Its highest purpose was to not allow anyone to harm its master. Viper Mo immediately looked at the treasure sword in his hand in astonishment, and said in disbelief, "Will of the sword? Sword spirit?" Then Viper Mo looked at Yang Dingtian. "You are just a human master, how can you have a sword spirit? You look like you are only in your 20s. Interesting, interesting." This Viper Mo didn't seem to be willing to do things a second time. She tried to dig out Yang Dingtian's eyeballs, but in the end, a fake pupil fell out. She could have continued to dig out Yang Dingtian's eyes, but she didn't do so. When she wanted to castrate Yang Dingtian, she was rejected by the soul sword. Then, she could have pulled out another treasure sword to complete the task, but she still didn't do it. Interesting, interesting. A lowly human actually almost cultivated a sword spirit. You actually have a soul sword close to the Emperor grade. You are not simple, General Viper Mo said. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This General Viper Mo was curious about him. This was good, this was good. In this way, his life could be considered saved. However, he had really seen a ghost. Just what kind of energy was this that had frozen his entire body? It was so frightening that he was completely unable to resist it. Could it really be the energy of Queen Medusa's faction? If he wanted to save his life, it would depend on his performance. If Yang Dingtian was lucky enough to escape, he would definitely warn himself not to underestimate the enemy. He was used to being the king of the human world, so he looked down on one of the 16 generals of the Naga race. The result was that his eyes were almost dug out, and he became a eunuch. However, even if you are a human who has cultivated a sword spirit, you are still a lowly human, Viper Mo said. I have no patience for lowly races and creatures, so you should die. Yang Dingtian's heart beat wildly. No way, no way. So decisive? So decisive? This General Viper Mo was really decisive. He did what he said. If he said he would kill Yang Dingtian, he would kill Yang Dingtian. Subsequently, she opened her beautiful little mouth and revealed sharp venomous fangs. She then bit down viciously at Yang Dingtian's neck. In an instant, an extremely poisonous venom was injected into Yang Dingtian's blood vessels. Almost instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart stopped beating. Then, his entire body turned green. Then, Yang Dingtian's body was thrown away like trash. Human blood is indeed dirty. Viper Mo stuck out her small tongue and licked the blood at the corner of her mouth. Then she shook her head in disgust. She picked up the cup of water to rinse her mouth and spat it out. However, a small amount of blood still entered her body. Sigh, my mood was ruined by this lowly human. Viper Mo lost the mood to pity herself in front of the mirror. She put on the armor on the ship and wanted to go out to discuss the matter of killing the half-human slaves and the elites of the resistance army. She was filled with absolute impatience. Because this matter was too small, too small. Tens of thousands of slaves, thousands of rebels, they were just ants. If it wasn't for absolute power, she wouldn't care at all. She kicked the green Yang Dingtian to the side and slithered towards the camp outside. The 4 to 5 meter long snake body slithered on the ground and gracefully walked towards the camp. At this moment, General Viper Mo suddenly felt a burst of itchiness on the snake's body. There was also a burst of heat. Her mind was swaying. When she lowered her head to look, she was completely stunned. The snake's scales below her were quickly fading and turning into human legs. What was even more shocking was that an unprecedented feeling welled up in her heart. This feeling was vaguely like a snake person who was dreaming of a ball being tempted. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.